ng press nila kung pagka pinabago, saka gaganon. Wala pa namang order na baguhin.
Ah, okay. So, yung pa rin dati.
Last session natin.
Yung ganun pa rin po yung
Good morning. System check test. 1, 2. Subok.
Maano na pala to. Tatanggal na. Kaya nga na electrical tape.
script. Ay, salamat, Ray. Pursuant to Proclamation 1318, issued by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the first session of the Senate in the first special session of the 20th Congress is hereby called to order. Let us pause for a minute of silent prayer. Amen. The Secretary will please call the roll.
The Honorable Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Soto III, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camille, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Pro Tempore Gatchalian.
With 13 senators present, the Chair declares a quorum.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the election of the Senate President of the Philippines. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the election of the Senate President is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to, if I may be able to be recognized, to nominate our Senate President.
Yes, we recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I rise today to nominate Senate President Pro Temp Sherwin Gatchalian as the President of the Senate of the Philippines. Throughout his public service career as member of the House of Representatives, as Mayor of Valenzuela City, and as Senator, he has consistently proven his competence, his effective leadership, and his unparalleled work ethic. Siya nga po palagi ang nagsasara ng Senado, staying late in his office even after adjournment. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, I hear complaints from your staff that hindi na po sila nakakauwi ng disenteng oras dahil overwork daw sila, overwork. At palagi nilang tinatanong sa akin, kailan ko daw siya mahahanap ng girlfriend para makauwi daw ng mas maaga. Kaya, Mr. President, ikaw nga po daw, ang sinasabi niya, nagsasara ng Senado, na wala na pong staff, ikaw na lang po naiiwan. And that just shows your dedication, Mr. President, on how hardworking you are in preparing for the days ahead. He has ably led some of our most demanding and time-consuming and consequential committees, namely the Committee on Energy, the Committee on Economic Affairs, the Committee on Basic Education, and most notably, the Committee on Finance. As Finance Chair, he had navigated the very challenging period in the wake of flood control scams coming into light. But he led the Finance Committee with great resolve, spearheading unprecedented initiatives to ensure accountability and transparency in the national budget. I believe that this last budget, my dear colleagues, was one of the most transparent in recent history. As a matter of fact, whatever projects that we wanted to insert or amend into the budget, we had to come up with voluminous requirements and documents coming from the agencies themselves and the receiving bodies like the LGUs. And that was the request, not just the request, it was the demand of then Finance Chair Wing Gatchalian. He's the leader that the Senate needs in this time of division and disarray, and he has done this before. I know he'll be able to rise above the fray and lead us back to our principal function, which is to attend to the work of legislation. I have every confidence that as Senate President, he'll be able to set the institution back on the right path, guided by the highest standards of service, integrity, and morality. To my colleagues, I plead, let us elect Senate President Gatchalian and let us get back to our work in this hallowed institution. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. And maybe we don't need to put it to a vote, Mr. President. Maybe we can do it by acclamation, Mr. President. Ayes and nays would be fine. I so move, Mr. President.
So,
And I
All
move to
those-
close. There are no other nominees for Senate President. I move to close the period of nomination.
any objection? Hearing none, the nominations are closed.
Therefore, Mr. President, we'd like to
Therefore-
congratulate.
Ye, as you said, for,
Yes.
to vote
Ayes and
will,
nays.
as acclamation. All those in favor of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian as Senate President of the Republic of the Philippines, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is declared Senate President of the Republic of the Philippines. May we ask Senator Gatchalian to, before that, Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, just for the record that the vote, having a quorum, is unanimous, Mr. President, for the record.
Thank you. We place that on record. May we ask Senator Sherwin Gatchalian to ascend to the rostrum to take his oath as Senate President.
For the record, Mr. President.
Yan po sa ilaw. Spotlight.
May mga kasama ka?
Meron. Sila Mix.
Oo, dapat. Mix at saka si Cheese.
Mix.
May we request Senator Zubiri and Senator Escudero to please join us. Dito sila likod ko. Pamilya mo sa likod.
Okay. Mga ex-men. Yung kayo sa kabila. Yung kayo sa kabila.
Dito kami.
Dito yung family.
Di ba dapat dito kayo? Dito kayo dalawa. Dito. Dito kayo. Yan.
Yung may family.
Alright. Sige.
Pare, first bachelor Senate President.
Yung iba pretending.
Oh, mami mo nandiyan na.
Diyan na. Kompleto na.
Yeah, kompleto na.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Sherwin Gatchalian,
Having been elected to the position of Senate President,
having been elected to the position of Senate President,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability
the duties of my present
the
position
duties of my present position
and of all others I may hereafter hold
and of all others I may hereafter hold
under the Republic of the Philippines,
under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the Philippines,
the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities,
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities,
and maintain true faith and allegiance
and maintain true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of the Philippines,
to the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself
and that-
voluntarily,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation
without mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, just put on record as well that you have been ably discharging your function as Senate President Pro Temp and Acting President since your election in June 3, 2026. We'd just like to extend our congratulations on your elections as the new Senate President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, now I would like to move that we proceed with the election of the Senate President Pro Tempore. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the election of the Senate President Pro Tempore is in order.
May I ask may we recognize, Mr. President, Senator Ping Lacson for the nomination.
We recognize Senator Ping Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With your Honor's ascension as the fourth Senate President of the 20th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines, your previous post as Senate President Pro Tempore is now officially vacant. May I therefore nominate Senator Vicente Soto III to the position of Senate President Pro Tempore. Before I make my motion, Mr. President, I think I will be remiss of my duty and responsibility as a senator, colleague, and friend if I didn't thank and commend our two distinguished colleagues, Senator Chis Escudero and Senator Joel Villanueva, for responding to their higher calling for this chamber, our beloved institution known as the Philippine Senate, higher than their friendships, their affiliations, and every individual member of this body, even higher than themselves. I would also wish to put on record that I intentionally and voluntarily relinquished the chairmanship of what is known or most or often referred to as the most powerful committee, the Blue Ribbon, for two primary reasons. Number one, I am tired of losing old friends and creating new enemies. And number two, there are other colleagues who are equally, if not more, qualified than this humble representation to take on the job. If there were no takers, I was willing, albeit with a heavy heart, to retain and continue sitting as chairman and resume a duty that I am morally and obligated to perform. With that, Mr. President, I move to nominate the position of Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator or the Honorable Vicente Soto III. I so move, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to give a short manifestation, Mr. President, I'd like to have the privilege to second the nomination of Senator Vicente C. Soto III as a Senate President Pro Temp. I was his majority leader in all three times he was elected as Senate President. It was an honor for me to be his majority leader. They used to call me Major, as the major in the plenary. But I can say from experience that he's second to none when it comes to knowledge of our institutional rules, traditions, and processes. He's what we need in the Senate leadership today, someone who will protect the stability of the Senate and uphold the rules that give this institution shape and direction. Therefore, I would like to second the nomination of Vicente C. Soto III as our Senate President Pro Tem. Mr. President, there being no other nominations, I therefore move that we close the period of nomination and proceed with acclamation.
We therefore close the period of nominations and proceed to the voting for the Senate President Pro Tempore. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations to our new Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Tito Soto.
May we proceed, Mr. President, with the oath-taking of... May we proceed, Mr. President, with the oath-taking of the Senate President Pro Tempore. Sabi daw pang-retirement position yung Senate President Pro Tempore. You want us to be behind you, sir.
Ayan pala, ayan pala.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, dito na kami dumaan, sir.
Si Cheese.
Ito ka, cheese.
Sa kabila. Sa kabila. Para mas maganda.
Yan.
Sa tabi ko. Mamaya. Ako lang mag-isa eh.
Okay.
Oath of office, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Vicente Soto III,
Having been elected Senate President pro tempore,
having been elected to the position of Senate President pro tempore,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully
to
discharge
the best of my abilities,
to the best of my
the
abilities
duties of my present position,
the duties of my present position
and of all others I may hereafter
and
hold
of all others I may hereafter hold
under the Republic of the Philippines,
under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities,
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities,
and maintain true faith and allegiance
and maintain true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of the
to
Philippines,
the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation
without mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
JB, sama ka naman dito. Joel din. Dating man-Joel.
Wala nang combination.
Hindi, off lang.
Mr. President, if I may be able to take my oath as well as Majority Leader, although I have been elected as the Chairman of the Rules Committee, but I was not able to take my oath the last June 3 meeting.
Yes, we will administer the oath to
Thank you very
the
much, Mr.
Majority Leader.
Ito yung isang Congress na pang-apat na yung Senate President.
Oath of office, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Juan Miguel Zubiri,
Having been elected to the position of Chairperson of the Committee on Rules,
having been elected to the position of Chairperson of the Committee on Rules,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my
the
ability,
duties of my present position,
the duties of my present position,
and of all others I may hereafter hold
and of all others that I may hereafter hold,
under the Republic of the Philippines,
under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities,
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities,
and remain true faith and allegiance to the Republic of the Philippines,
and remain true faith and allegiance to the Republic of the
and
Philippines,
that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation
without mental
or
reservation
purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Arthur,
Election ng committee, ano? Chairperson? Election ng committee chairperson.
Yes. Oh, do you have the list? I don't have it. Mr. President, yes, Mr. President, we're about to elect the members of the different committees so that we can buckle down to work, Mr.
Correct.
President. But I need just a 1 minute suspension to get the list from the staff.
1 minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, while our secretariat is still printing out the names of the other members of the committees, I'd just like to put on record the chairpersons of some of the committees have already been elected in June 3, 2026. to complete the committee chairmanships and memberships. I now move to elect the following senators as chairpersons and members of the following committees. If I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move for the constitution of the Committee on Accountability and Public Officers and Investigations, or the Blue Ribbon Committee, to be composed of 17 regular members and 3 ex officio members, reflecting an 11-9 majority-minority ratio. With the chairperson being elected, which is Senator Erwin Tulfo, and with 3 ex officio members taken into account, I move that all majority members, with the exception of one, which is Senator Chis Escudero, he requested to be the one, not as a member of the committee, be elected as members of the said committee. I further move that all remaining senators who are currently in active discharge of their senatorial functions and who are not otherwise designated as ex officio members be elected as regular members, subject to the prescribed membership limit under the rules. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Yes, just to explain to the public that's listening, all members, actually 17 members po ang membership ng Committee on Accountability and Public Officers and Investigations, the Blue Ribbon Committee. Ibig po sabihin yan, 17 members plus yung ex officio members, which is the Senate President Pro Temp, the Majority Leader, the deputies, the 2 deputy Majority Leaders, the Minority Leader, and also the Deputy Minority Leader. So halos lahat po, sa lahat na nakikinig po sa atin na yung araw na ito, halos lahat ng members ng Senado, except for one, ay magiging membro ng Blue Ribbon. So we just move today, Mr. President, to state that fact and put on the record.
So noted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And upon the instruction of the chairperson, Senator Erwin Tulfo, I manifest the designation of Senator Kiko Pangilinan as vice chairperson of the said committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, I'd like to also move on the election of members of the Committee on Social Justice on the part of the majority. The chairperson is Senator Erwin Tulfo, the vice chairperson is Senator Risa Ontiveros, and the members are Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, and Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to elect the members of the Committee on Energy. The chairperson being Senator Erwin Tulfo, Vice Chairperson Senator J.V. Ejercito, members Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Lito Lapid, and Senator Rafi Tulfo. We still need 2 members of the majority. I'll wait for the chairperson to give me the names of the 2 additional members. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship. As chairperson, Senator Bam Aquino, and as members, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, and Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes. The chairperson being Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, and members Senators Risa Ontiveros, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Lito Lapid, and Senator Chis Escudero. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
1 minute suspension.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, may I continue, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to elect also the members of the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform. The chairperson being Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, the vice chairperson being Senator J.V. Ejercito, members Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Chis Escudero, and Senator Joel Villanueva. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect also the members of the Committee on Basic Education, the chairperson being Senator Bam Aquino, members Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Joel Villanueva. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And Mr. President, I also like to move to the Commission on Appointments. We'd like to elect Senators Panfilo Lacson, Senator Mig Zubiri, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Tito Soto, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and Senator J.V. Ejercito as members of the Commission on Appointments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to also move to elect Senators Bam Aquino, Senators Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Lapid, and Senator Escudero as members of the Senate Electoral Tribunal.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are hereby elected.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just ask for another minute suspension?
1 minute suspension. Anong next committee? Sabi, anong next na? Tapos na ba yung lahat ng committees? Okay. Designation ng vice chair. Kailan po ba ba tayo? On record. Okay.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the same situation is on the Committee on Foreign Relations, where there are 17 members of the Senate who are members of this committee. I move, and me being the chairperson, Mr. President, that was elected last June 3, that I have attained the position as chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, and that all members be made as members of the Foreign Relations, except for one on our part, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Lito Lapid.
Does the committee have 17 members as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So the same
So
situation
same
as the Blue
situation
Ribbon.
as Blue Ribbon?
Yes, Mr.
All right.
President. So we elect all members except for Senator Lapid as member of the Committee on Foreign Relations. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, also for the Committee on Science and Technology, I move that we elect the members, the chairperson being Senator Bam Aquino, the members being Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, and Senator Risa Ontiveros. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I'd like to also move to elect the members of the Committee on Justice, the chairperson being Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, Vice Chairperson Senator Ping Lacson, and members Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Bam Aquino, and Senator Joel Villanueva.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And also like to designate, for the record, Senator Ping Lacson as one of the Vice Chairpersons of the Blue Ribbon Committee. I forgot to mention earlier.
So noted.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
1 minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to also manifest for the record that in the Committee on Justice, the chairperson is automatically the member of the JBC,
Yes.
which is Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan.
Correct.
For the
Senator
record, Mr. President.
Pangilinan will represent the Senate in the JBC.
Mr. President, I move that we elect also members of the Committee on Rules. Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator J.V. Ercito, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Joel Villanueva as members of the Rules Committee, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd like to also elect the members of the Committee on Health and Demography, Mr. President. For the record, the chairperson is Senator Risa Ontiveros, Vice Chairperson Senator J.V. Ejercito, and the members, part of the majority, Senators Bam Aquino, Senators Kiko Pangilinan, Senators Raffy Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Ping Lacson.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we'd like to also move to elect the members of the Committee on Energy. The part of the chairperson is Senator Erwin Tulfo, the vice chairperson is Senator J.V. Ejercito, and the members are Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we'd like to also put on record the members of the Committee on Finance, Mr. President. Of course, the Committee on Finance is headed by the chairperson, Senator J.V. Ejercito. And with respect to the committee, each committee is composed of 20 members. So I move that all senators, with the exception of the Senate President and those serving in an ex officio capacity, be elected and designated as regular members of both committees. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I'd like to also elect the members of the National Defense, Security and Peace and Unification and Reconciliation Committee, Mr. President. The chairperson is Senator Tito Soto, our Senate President pro tempore. And same with the Finance Committee. There are 20 members. So I move that all senators, with the exception of the Senate President and those serving in an ex officio capacity, be elected and designated as members of the National Defense Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
There's a request of course, there's a request by our chairperson that Senator Ejercito, J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Lacson be elected as the vice chairperson of the said committee.
So noted.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Women and Children Committee, Committee on Women and Children. The chairperson, of course, is Senator Risa Ontiveros. The vice chairperson is Senator J.V. Ejercito. And Senator Bam Aquino, Senators Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Ping Lacson. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to elect the following members as the members of the Committee on Ways and Means. This chairperson is Senator Bam Aquino, and the members are Senator Pia Ontiveros, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and Senator Joel, what did I say? Risa Ontiveros. What did I say? Ay, nako, wala pa si Pia, hindi pa siya senator. Senator Ping. Okay, my apologies, Mr. President. My apologies. The chairperson of the Ways and Means Committee is Senator Ping Lacson, Mr. President. And vice chair will be Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Francis Escudero, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and Senator Joel Villanueva. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
May I ask for another minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Committee on Games and Amusements. The chairperson, of course, is Senator Lito Lapid. The vice chair is Senator Rafi Tulfo. The members are Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Joel Villanueva. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges. The chairperson being Senate President Pro Tem Tito Soto, Vice Chairperson Senator Pangilinan, members Senator Rafi Tulfo, and Senator Lacson.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
I move that we elect members of the Committee on Public Services, Mr. President. The chairperson is Senator Rafi Tulfo, the vice chairperson, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and vice chairperson, Senator Bam Aquino. Members, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Committee on Local Government. It is headed by their chairperson, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Vice Chairperson, Senator Ping Lacson, members, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Lito Lapid, and Senator Bam Aquino. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we elect the members of the Committee on Migrant Workers, headed by Senator Rafi Tulfo, Vice Chairperson Senator Joel Villanueva, members Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Kiko Pangilinan. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension once again?
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to ask my colleagues for a bit of patience because the lists were only given today and they're just verifying all the names na hindi magdodoble po tsaka hindi po tayo sumobra sa allotted
Number of
ratio
seats.
natin, Mr. President. So, and I'd just like to reiterate the election of the JBC representatives pursuant to Article 8, Section 8 of the Constitution. I move to elect Senator Francis Pangilinan as the Senate representative to the Judicial and Bar Council. Vice Sen. Rodante Marcoleta. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senator Francis Pangilinan is hereby elected to the JBC.
Mr. President, I move that we elect, or rather, I move that we retain Senator Joel Villanueva as chairperson of the Committee on Higher Education. And his vice chairman will be Senator Ejercito, members Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and Senator Escudero. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And I'd like to make a correction. In the Committee on Games, it's not Senator Raffy Tulfo who's the vice chairperson. It is Senator Erwin Tulfo.
So noted.
My apologies to the chairperson. As regards to the CA membership, Mr. President, for the record, that this representation and that of Senator Soto are vice. We replace Senators Lito Lapid and Senator Mark Villar, respectively, for the record, Mr. President.
Yeah. So noted.
Mr. President, we'd like to also elect the members of the Committee on Labor. Chairperson, Senator Joel Villanueva. Vice Chairperson, Senator J.V. Ejercito. And members, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Pangilinan, and Senator Escudero, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And Mr. President, I move to formally elect as well my deputy majority floor leaders. We'd like to elect and move to elect Senators J.V. Ejercito as my senior deputy majority leader, who one day in the near future will become the majority leader, I hope, after his job in the Finance Committee, and this representation will just retire. We'd like to also elect, Mr. President, our former majority leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, as deputy majority floor leader.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I ask for another minute suspension?
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we request, while we're just awaiting for the names of the committee memberships of the other remaining committees, may we request our members and colleagues to come back to the floor so that we may proceed for a third reading vote. And then the adoption of the resolution on Mindanao that will be authored by Senator Joel Villanueva.
Right.
So, may we just ask our members to please proceed to the plenary for a third reading. Fine. Erwin and Senator Newton.
Okay.
Senator Erwin. So, Mr. President, I move that we consider on third reading several bills, printed copies of which have been electronically distributed to the senators on May 25 and May 26, 2026, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. With that, Mr. President, I move to consider a third reading Senate Bill number 2092. This is the bill declaring waling-waling as our national orchid, Mr. President. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of Senate Bill number 2092 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill.
An act declaring the waling-waling Vanda sanderiana as the national orchid of the Philippines.
And proceed with the roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Soto, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Gatchalian.
Yes. With 13 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, SB number 2092 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider third reading House Bill number 6639. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Benny Boatwright III. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Consideration of House Bill number 6639 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed.
And before we proceed with the voting, Mr. President, I would just like to put on record, they were here 3 days straight in the last, before we ended the session, and I think they're back onto training, so I think it's okay that we elect them in absentia, because they deserve it, Mr. President. They were here 3 days before we ended session.
Correct. In fairness to them, they were here present
Yes,
physically
both-
for 3
both,
days.
members,
it's not
both,
their fault that
gentlemen.
their citizenship was not considered last time, and I understand that they're now undergoing training
Yes.
and representing the country.
Yes.
Senator Kiko Pangilinan is recognized.
That is correct, Mr. President. They were here, a sponsor of the measure. They were here every day and witnessed the proceedings or the lack of proceedings. But then we will make arrangements, Mr. President, that when we convene for the SONA, or perhaps that week of the SONA, that they come and visit us here in plenary, Mr. President. Both Benny Boatwright and Matt Ramos, Mr. President. For
We
the
take
record.
note of that.
So we move to proceed with the roll
yeah.
call vote, Mr. President.
The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Benny Francois Boatwright III. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Soto, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 13 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6639 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to consider as well for third reading vote House Bill number 6644, the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Matthew James Ramos. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of House Bill number 6644 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Matthew James Ramos. Roll call vote. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Soto, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, Senate President Gatchalian.
Yes. With 13 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6644 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Congratulations to the authors and sponsors of the three measures. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 68th and 69th session, May 26 and June 3, 2026, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, now we take up a very important measure that our dear colleague, distinguished former majority leader, had filed. I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 447, and this is a resolution urging adequate funding for Mindanao earthquake relief and rehabilitation. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize a distinguished former majority floor leader, our deputy majority floor leader, no other than our distinguished colleague from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva.
We recognize the distinguished gentleman from Bulacan.
Thank you very
Senator
much,
Villanueva.
Mr. President, our distinguished majority leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to rise before this august chamber to sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 447, urging the national government to ensure adequate funding and resources for the relief, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and recovery of communities devastated by the recent earthquake in Mindanao. Ginoong Pangulo, ang usapin po natin ngayon ay hindi lamang tungkol sa pondo. Ito po ay tungkol sa mga buhay na winasak ng lindol at sa ating tungkulin na tulungan ang ating mga kababayan na muli pong makabangon. Noong pong 8 ng Hunyo, isang magnitude 7.8 na lindol ang tumama malapit sa Sarangani Province. Sa loob lamang po ng ilang minuto, nagbago ang buhay ng daang-daang libong Pilipino. As of June 16, at least 68 lives have been lost. More than 1,000 have been injured, and over 30 remain missing. Mahigit 1 milyong individual o higit 330,000 families ang naapektuhan, habang halos 19,000 pa rin ang nananatili sa evacuation centers. Ngunit higit pa po sa mga numerong ito ay ang mga kwento ng ating mga kababayan, mga pamilyang nawalan ng tahanan, mga batang hindi makapasok sa paaralan, mga manggagawa, mga magsasaka, mga mangingisda na nawalan ng kabuhayan, at mga pamilyang nagdadalamhati sa pagkawala ng kanilang mahal sa buhay. Mr. President, Mindanao is a pillar of our national economy. Ito po ay mahalagang pinagmumulan ng pagkain, produktong agrikultura at yamang dagat. Kapag naapektuhan po ang Mindanao, nararamdaman po ito ng ating buong bansa. Initial assessments estimate at least 1.13 billion pesos in damage to public and private infrastructure. And that figure is expected to rise, Mr. President, as assessments continue. Nasira po ang mga tahanan, paaralan, ospital at iba pang mahalagang infrastruktura. Ngunit ang mas malaki pong hamon ay ang muling pagtatayo ng mga komunidad at pagbibigay ng bagong pag-asa sa ating mga kababayan. Kaya Ginoong Pangulo, sa pagkakataong ito, nais po nating makita, nais natin din pong kilalanin, lalo na ang ating mga rescue workers, health workers, uniformed personnel, volunteers, local officials at humanitarian organizations na wala pong sawang tumutulong sa mga nasalanta. Ngunit alam po natin, Ginoong Pangulo, alam natin na hindi po sapat ang bayanihan lamang. Heroism saves lives, but resources rebuild communities. Compassion comforts victims, but funding restores livelihoods. Kaya po kinakailangan nating tiyakin na ang lahat ng magagamit na pondo at suporta ng ating pamahalaan ay agad-agad na mapakilos upang mapabilis ang relief, rehabilitation, reconstruction at pagpapanumbalik ng kabuhayan sa mga apektadong lugar. Ginoong Pangulo, sa panahon po ng sakuna, nasusukat hindi lamang po ang tibay ng ating mga infrastruktura, kundi ang tibay ng ating pagkakaisa bilang isang bansa. Ngayon ang panahon upang patunayan na walang Pilipinong maiiwan. And for these reasons, Mr. President, I respectfully seek the support of our esteemed colleagues for the immediate adoption of this resolution. Marami pong salamat at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized, then Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
May we recognize as well Senator J.V. Ejercito to
And
sponsor.
Senator, we
and then
recognize,
after which, sorry.
yeah, we recognize Senator JV first for his
Yes, I have the
co-sponsorship.
list. It's Senator J.V. Ejercito, Mr. President. After that, Senator Kiko Pangilinan and Senator Erwin Tulfo. And then Senator Raffy Tulfo after.
So we first recognize Senator JV Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ginang Pangulo, mga kasamahan sa Senado at sa mga kababayan natin sa Mindanao, magandang umaga po. I rise today to co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 447, a resolution urging the national government to take all necessary measures to ensure the availability of adequate funding and resources for the relief, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and recovery of communities affected by the recent devastating earthquake in Mindanao. Through the resolution, the Senate joins the nation in mourning and honoring the lives lost during the devastating earthquake that hit our brothers and sisters in Mindanao, particularly the province of Sarangani, South Cotabato, Davao Occidental, and Davao del Sur. 68 deaths were reported by the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, while 33 remain missing according to the latest reports made by the NDRRMC last Tuesday. Mr. President, ang mga buhay pong ito ay hindi numero lamang. These are lives and futures that were abruptly cut short by this disaster. Ang bawat isa sa kanila ay may pangalan, mayroong kwento, mayroong pangarap, at may mga mahal sa buhay na naiwan. Sila ay mga anak, asawa, kapatid, kaibigan, at mga mahal nating mga kababayan. Nakapanlulumo po ang mga larawan at video na nakita natin online. Ano pa kaya ang aktwal na pakiramdam at sitwasyon na dinadanas ng ating mga kababayan? Bilang magulang, nakakatakot isipin na malagay sa parehong sitwasyon ang aking mga anak. Nakita natin ang mga mag-aaral at mga guro na napuno ng takot habang niyayanig ng lindol ang kanilang paaralan. Nakita natin ang ilan nating kababayan na wala nang magawa kung hindi tignan na lamang ang pagguho ng mga gusali at negosyo na kanilang pinagtrabahuhan at ipinundar. Bukod sa mga buhay na nasayang, maraming bahay ang nasira at maraming kabuhayan ang naapektuhan at nawala. Mr. President, this tragedy is a painful reminder that the country is so vulnerable to disasters and calamities, and that we have so much work to do in terms of disaster preparedness. Lalo na nating nakita ang kahalagan ng matatag na infrastruktura at sistema ng pagpaplano sa pagsasaayos ng ating mga komunidad. Resilience should not just be expected from our constituents, but should mean that our infrastructure systems and responses can withstand the wrath of nature. Sa ilalim ng liderato ni Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian, mabilis na nakapag-abot ng paunang tulong ang Senado sa mapektadong komunidad. Subalit alam natin na hindi matatawaran ng kahit anong ayuda, donasyon o anumang halaga ang mga buhay na nawala at ang sakit ng trahedya na dinaranas ng mga naiwang pamilya. Kaya naman, nakikiisa ko sa panawagan na sa pamamagitan ng Senate Resolution na ito ay tiyakin ng ating pamahalaan ang agaran at pangmatagalang suporta para sa rehabilitasyon at pagbangon ng Mindanao. Bigyan natin ng malalim na kahulugan ang mga nawalang buhay sa pamamagitan ng pagtiyak na ang naiwan ay muling makapagsisimula. Ginoong Pangulo, gagawin natin ang ating tungkulin dito sa Senado. Bilang inyong bagong halal na chairman ng Committee on Finance, titiyakin natin na mayroong nakalaang suporta upang maibalik ang kaayusan, seguridad at dignidad ng pamumuhay ng mga kapatid natin sa Mindanao na lubhang naapektuhan ng sakuna. Maraming pagsubok na ang dinaanan ng ating bansa, maraming bagyo, lindol at iba pang kalamidad at pandemya ang sumubok sa tibay ng sambayanang Pilipino. Sa mga panahong mahirap para sa ating mga kababayan, ang pagbangon, ipakita natin na mayroon silang maasahan na gobyerno at mga namumuno. Lubos po tayong nakikiramay sa mga pamilyang nawalan at nakikisa tayo sa buong Mindanao sa panahong ito ng pagdadalamhati at pagbangon Mindanao. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator JV. We recognize Senator Erwin Kiko Pangilinan.
Thank you, Senate President Gatchalian. Dear colleagues, I rise to co-sponsor Senator Joel Villanueva's Senate Resolution number 447. In times of calamity, the Senate must speak as one. I commend Senator Joel Villanueva for his quick thinking and swift leadership on this resolution, which reflects the Senate's shared duty to help Mindanao recover, rebuild, and prosper. Strategic national priority ang mabilis at tuloy-tuloy na pagbangon ng Mindanao mula sa lindol noong Hunyo 8. Bakit? Dahil nasa Mindanao ang humigit kumulang 1/3 na pinakamahihirap nating mga kababayan, habang 40% ng food supply ng ating buong bansa ay galing dito. Pinakamalawak na produkto ng nyog, pinakamalawak na coconut farm sa buong Pilipinas ay nasa Mindanao. 40%, 30% of the national food trade comes from Mindanao. Food basket ng Pilipinas ang Mindanao. It is also one of our most dynamic growth frontiers. Maraming mga tahanan, paaralan, ospital, kalsada, tulay, mga sistema ng kuryente at tubig at iba pang mahalagang infrastruktura ang nasira sa Davao Region at Soc-Sargen. Kung hindi ito agad-agad at sapat na matutugunan, mas lalaki ang pinsalang dulot sa agrikultura, pangingisda, logistics at mga lokal na negosyo. Tatagal ang paghihirap ng mga apektadong pamilya at malalagay rin sa alanganin ang pambansang seguridad sa pagkain at katatagan ng ating ekonomiya. Ang Senate Bill number 2259 ng inyong lingkod naglalaan ng 15 billion pesos in supplemental funding. Nilalayon nito na maibalik ang mahahalagang serbisyong pampubliko, maisaayos at mapatatag ang mga kritikal na pasilidad at maibangon ang kabuhayan ng ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda, manggagawa, maliliit na negosyo, lahat lubhang apektado ng lindol. Sa pagsuporta ng PS Resolution number 447 ni Senator Joel at sa ating Senate Bill 2259, pinagtitibay ng Senado na nasa interes ng buong Pilipinas ang pagbangon ng Mindanao. Dahil pagprotekta ito sa ating sistema ng pagkain, pangangalaga sa mga trabaho at pagpapatatag at papabagsak o baba ng presyo ng mga bilihin. Sa sama-sama nating pagkilos, bubuo tayo ng isang Mindanao na mas matatag, mas ligtas at mas handa, gayon din ng buong bansa. Kaysa natin ang ating mga kababayan sa Mindanao at hindi natin iiwan ang mga kababayan natin dito. Maraming salamat. And again, maraming salamat kay Senator Joel for sponsoring this measure.
We recognize the gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to express my full support and to formally manifest my co-sponsorship of the Senate Resolution number 447, which urges the government to take all necessary measures to assist the people of Mindanao following the recent earthquake that has caused significant damage to lives, homes, infrastructure, and livelihoods. In times of calamity, it is our duty as public servants to ensure that affected communities receive immediate, adequate assistance. The earthquake has brought hardship and uncertainty to many families, underscoring the need for a swift, coordinated, and comprehensive response from all concerned agencies. Through this resolution, we reaffirm our commitment to mobilizing relief efforts, providing emergency assistance, restoring essential services, and supporting the long-term recovery and rehabilitation affected areas. We also recognize the resilience of the people of Mindanao and stand in solidarity with them as they rebuild their communities. It is imperative that the national government, together with local government units and relevant stakeholders, work closely to address the urgent needs of those affected and to strengthen disaster preparedness and response mechanism to mitigate the impact of future calamities. Ginong Pangulo at mga kasamahan, Ito po yung sinasabi ko noon pa at paulit-ulit ko na sinasabi. Isang tabi po natin ang ating mga personal or group interest. Alang-alang po sa mas nakakarami sa atin. We commend Senator Joel Villanueva for coming in today to file this resolution for the victims of the Mindanao quake. Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva, for this resolution. For this reason, I wholeheartedly support and co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 447, Mr. President, and urge its immediate adoption. Thank you and good morning.
Any more, Majority Leader? Any more, Senator Rafi? Yeah. While waiting for Senator Rafi, let me commend the resolution filed by Senator Joel Villanueva, PS Resolution 447. Ito po ay napapanahon dahil po yung naranasan ng Mindanao, particularly Sarangani and Jensan, ay isa sa pinakamalakas na lindol na naranasan po ng ating bansa. At marami pong infrastruktura na nasira doon. Nakita ho namin ni Senator Erwin, Senator JV at Senator Migs. At marami rin pong nasawi na buhay. At kami po ay nakikiramay at nakikiisa po sa mga kababayan ho natin sa Jensan, Sarangani at sa lahat pong ng lugar na tinamaan po ng lindol. At kaya po nagbibigay pugay ho kami kay Senator Joel dahil ito pong resolution ay nagdedirekta ng mabilis na action at mabilis po na pag-release ng pondo para po makatulong po sa mga kababayan natin sa Mindanao. With that, we recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Mr. President, colleagues, I rise today to express my strong support for Senator Joel Villanueva, Senate Resolution 447 and 452 concerning the recent 7.8 earthquakes which struck Mindanao last June 8, 2026. Hindi basta numero mga biktima ng lindol o anumang kalamidad. Sila po ay mga pamilyang nawala ng mga mahal sa buhay, tahanan at kabuhayan. The people of Mindanao have shown remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. Ngunit hindi sapat ang katatagan lamang. Hindi natin maaaring iasa sa tibay ng loob ng ating mga kababayan ang kanilang pagbangon. Kailangan nila ang agarang tulong at buong suporta ng pamahalaan upang muling maitayo ang kanilang mga buhay at komunidad. These resolutions recognize the urgent need to assess the full extent of the damage, ensure the relief and rehabilitation efforts are delivered efficiently, and identify measures that will strengthen the preparedness of our community against future disasters. Kasabay po nito, kinikilala natin rin ang kabayanihan ng ating mga rescue workers, medical teams at frontliners na nagbuwis ng oras at lakas upang pangunahan ang ating recovery efforts. For these reasons, I express my support, again, for Senate Resolution 447 and 452 and urge my colleagues to continue working together to ensure that the affected communities receive the assistance, rehabilitation, and protection that they deserve. May we continue to pray for their rehabilitation and for the continued safety of all our kababayans. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the co-sponsorship speech. Majority Leader, any more
Thank you very much, Mr.
co-sponsorship?
President. With that, no other members wish to sponsor the measure. I move that all members present be made co-sponsors, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved and made. All senators are made co-sponsors of this bill.
Yes, Mr. President. Those who are present today. Okay. Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 447. I so move, Mr.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, proposed resolution 447 is hereby adopted, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we would like to thank Senator Joel Villanueva for filing this measure. Kami po sa Mindanao ay nagpapasalamat po sa kanya sa malasakit po niya sa amin sa Mindanao. Maraming po salamat kay Senator Joel. With that, Mr. President, I move to also take up proposed Senate Resolution number 452 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution expressing the profound gratitude of the Senate of the Philippines to the rescue workers, social welfare and healthcare personnel, local government units, uniformed services, civil volunteer groups, and all humanitarian responders for providing swift life-saving assistance to affected communities in the aftermath of the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that struck Mindanao.
Health workers. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you are the sponsor
Yes,
of the measure,
Mr.
Mr. President. Do you wish to
Yes, Mr.
sponsor
President,
or-
I will just, Majority Leader, I will just insert my sponsorship speech for this resolution. Pero ito po ay simpleng pasasalamat sa ating mga frontliners, sa DSWD, in particular the Armed Forces of the Philippines who provided logistical support sa mga sinalanta po ng lindol. Kaya po ito ay isang pasasalamat sa lahat po ng frontliners natin. Kasama na rin po yung LGU na talagang kaagad rumisponde sa pinsala ng lindol.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pero meron na po tayong mga kasamahan. Mr. President, with your permission and permission of the body, would like to give short sponsorship speeches.
Yes.
May we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito? He'll also insert to the records the sponsorship speech, and we'd like to recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo.
We recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo for his co-sponsorship speech.
Mr. President, colleagues, I rise today to manifest my support and co-sponsorship on Senate Resolution number 452, expressing the profound gratitude of the Senate to rescue workers, social welfare, healthcare personnel, local government units, uniformed services, civil volunteer groups, at sa lahat po ng humanitarian responders sa government man o sa pribadong kumpanya. Marami po akong nabalitaan na may mga private companies po. Yung iba po galing sa mga mining corporations na nagpadala po ng kanilang workers para tumulong po sa paghahanap sa mga natabunan ng mga gumuhong gusali. Therefore, Mr. President, this resolution would like to express my support to thank all those involved, including the local government units who were there at the very first instance, the first responders to go around to check their constituents. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, muli, nagpapasalamat ho kami sa ngalan po ng Senado. Nagpapasalamat ho kami sa ating mga rescue workers, social welfare and healthcare personnel, local government units, uniformed services, kasama na po ang Armed Forces of the Philippines, civil volunteer groups, and all humanitarian responders. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Some, of course, special mention po yung Red Cross, Philippine
Yes,
Red Cross, kung saan
of
po
course.
tayo ay membro bilang governors, Board of Governors of the Philippine Red
Na
Cross.
pinangungunahan po ni
And,
Chairman Dick Gordon.
Chairman Dick Gordon for his speedy action, always ready, always there, always first, always ready, always there, na Red Cross, headed by Senator Dick Gordon. We'd like to thank them. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 452. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, proposed resolution 452 is hereby adopted, subject to style.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a few bills that we can take up on the floor. Maybe we can just take this up already. We have to show our kababayans that we are working. We are going to pass several measures today. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration on Senate Bill number 1990 under Committee Report number 52. I so move, Mr. President. This is for a period of, it's in the period of amendments, this measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
The measure is sponsored by our chairman, the Committee on Agriculture, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan. This is an act ensuring the development and promotion and protection of agricultural and fisheries cooperatives. Magandang panukala po ito, Mr. President. I move that we recognize the sponsor and we'll also recognize Senator
I will introduce his.
He already gave the amendment?
Yes.
So the amendments of Senator Joel are already with Senator Pangilinan. May we recognize the good sponsor, Mr. President?
We recognize the gentleman from Pampanga, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, as earlier manifested, we are in the period of amendments. Only Senator Joel Villanueva has introduced amendments, and therefore we can proceed on Section 11, Other Benefits and Privileges of Agriculture Co-ops. This is on page 9. Between lines 9 and 10, we insert the following proviso. provided that the continued enjoyment of tax and fiscal incentives shall be subject to compliance with the assessment and rating system established under Section 21 of this Act, including standards on governance, financial transparency, member benefit distribution, and actual productive agriculture activity. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another amendment of Senator Villanueva is Section 14, creation of the Bureau of Agriculture Cooperatives. On page 11, lines 22 and 23, delete the proviso and replace it with the following. Provided that the department shall, in coordination with the CDA and concerned local government units and subject to budgetary availability and applicable laws, establish a needs-based staffing framework for cooperative development officers based on agriculture population, geographic need, cooperative density, and other relevant development indicators, with priority given to the underserved and strategically significant agriculture areas. And therefore, the second paragraph of Section 14 will now read, it shall be a line bureau and headed by a bureau director. Its organizational and staffing pattern shall be determined by the department in consultation with the Department of Budget and Management, provided that the department shall, in coordination with the CDA and concerned local government units and subject to budgetary availability and applicable laws, establish a needs-based staffing framework for co-op development officers based on population, geographic needs, cooperative density, and other relevant development indicators with priority given to underserved and strategically significant agriculture areas. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. We proceed to Section 15, Powers and Functions of the Bureau of Agriculture Co-ops. On page 12, between line 19 and 20, insert a new paragraph to read, the Bureau shall exercise its powers and functions in a manner complementary to and not duplicative of the powers and functions of the CDA under applicable laws. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, Section 30, implementing rules and regulations, the amendment will be on page 17, deletes line 9 to 12 and replace them with the following. Section 30, implementing rules and regulations. The rules and regulations necessary for the effective and efficient enforcement of the provisions of this Act shall be formulated by the Department and the CDA in coordination with the relevant government agencies and in consultation with the LGUs, agriculture cooperatives, farmers and fisherfolk organizations, and other stakeholders, and shall be implemented within 90 days from the effectivity of this Act. Unjustified or willful failure or refusal of the concerned government agencies to promulgate the implementing rules and regulations, IRR, within the specified period shall subject the heads of these government agencies to administrative penalties under applicable civil service laws. And third paragraph, should the IRR contain provisions that are contrary to this Act, the heads of government agencies responsible for such provision, when done in bad faith or with gross negligence, shall be held administratively liable. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And finally, Mr. President, Section 32, Annual Reports. The amendment is on page 17 between lines 23 and 24 to insert a new paragraph to read, to promote transparency and accountability, the Bureau shall maintain and regularly update a publicly accessible digital registry containing relevant information on accredited agriculture cooperatives, including their ratings, incentives and benefits received, procurement awards, grants, and compliance status subject to applicable data privacy laws. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no other proposed amendments for Senate Bill 1990. With the permission of our majority leader, if we can move to terminate the period of amendments.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other members who wish to amend the measure further, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is hereby closed.
Mr. President, with that, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1990 and the committee report number 52.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 1990 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1894 and House Bill number 8476, or the amendments to the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, which has been filed with the Bills and Index last June 3, 2026, and was ratified by the House of Representatives on the same date. Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the said conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1894 and House Bill number 8476, and the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The conference committee report is approved and ratified.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. President, yes, yes, Mr. President. May we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva.
We recognize the
for
gentleman
his,
from Bulacan,
manifestation.
Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yeah, Mr. President, just to give a very short manifestation on the ratification of the BICAM report referencing universal access. Colleagues, it is with great privilege that we rise today to express our strong support for the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1894 and House Bill number 80, otherwise known as the Act Enhancing the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education. We again extend our warmest gratitude to our fellow conferees in the Senate and our counterparts in the House of Representatives, especially Chairperson Lauren Legarda, as one of the co-authors one of the authors and co-sponsors of this particular measure. Mr. President, we welcome the improvements introduced to this legislation and remain hopeful that these amendments will further strengthen RA number 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act. More importantly, we trust that these reforms will remain faithful to the original spirit and intent of the law, a landmark measure that we, together with some of our colleagues here, including our Senate President, envisioned during its passage to make higher education more accessible to every deserving Filipino learner, especially those who face the greatest economic barriers. This measure responds directly, Mr. President, to that challenge by granting prioritization of eligibility to the tertiary education subsidy for enrolled students from the 4Ps or Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program households in recognized higher education institutions and technical vocational institutions. We are helping, Mr. President, ensure that financial hardship does not stand in the way of educational opportunity. So ultimately, Mr. President, this measure advances our collective goal of building a more equitable and inclusive education system. It strengthens the country's commitment to supporting learners not only in gaining access to tertiary education, but also in successfully completing it and realizing their full potential. Again, Mr. President, for these reasons, we wholeheartedly support the ratification of this BICAM report. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. At,
Thank you, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, sir, Deputy Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, sir. With that, I move to consider Senate Bill number 1991 and the committee report number 53. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
This is an act strengthening the National Agriculture and Fisheries Extension System to accelerate agriculture and fisheries development, Mr. President. The sponsor of this measure is Senator Kiko Pangilinan, and may we recognize the sponsor and to amend Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yeah, we recognize the sponsor, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, and Senator Joel for his amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairperson, on page 5, this representation would like to propose that we delete lines 24 and 25 and replace them with the following. The roadmap shall contain, among others, measurable performance indicators, annual implementation targets, monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, periodic review provisions, and annual projected budgetary requirements, including the establishment of the local development hub. The rationale, Mr. President, is that this proposed amendment strengthens the second paragraph of Section 6 by expanding the required contents of the roadmap to promote accountability, guide implementation, and ensure measurable outcomes in the delivery of agricultural and fisheries extension programs. I submit to the wisdom of our chairperson. Your
What
Honor.
does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, line 9, after the word act and before the period, insert the following. And other applicable laws, and without diminution of vested rights, benefits, and security of tenure of affected personnel. So the paragraph, Mr. President, will now read as follows. The Secretary is also authorized to reorganize the department's internal offices to determine if existing ones, in the interest of economy and efficiency, need to be integrated into the establishment of the BAX, subject to the provisions of Republic Act number 12231 or the Government Optimization Act and other applicable laws, and without diminution of vested rights, benefits, and security of tenure of affected personnel. I so move, Mr. President, if it is acceptable to our
What
dear
does the
colleagues.
sponsor say?
Wholeheartedly accepted, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 7, between lines 10 and 11, insert a new paragraph. The Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, shall assist the BAEX in the development and implementation of technical, vocational, competency-based, and certification programs for AEWs, farmers, and fisherfolk, consistent with its mandate and subject to existing laws, rules, and regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? What does the sponsor say?
If it is accepted.
Yes, being the test naman, Mr. President, we accept fully and wholeheartedly this amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you again, Mr. President, to our sponsor. On page 10, line 14, after the period, insert the following sentence. For this purpose, the BAEX shall submit to the COCAFAM an annual report on the implementation of this act, including fund utilization, performance outcomes, progress in achieving the targets under the roadmap, and key implementation challenges. I submit to the wisdom of the chairperson.
What does the
Accepted,
sponsor say?
accepted, Mr. President.
Thank you again, Mr.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, last but not the least, on page 10, delete lines 15 to 21 and replace them with the following. Section 19, implementing rules and regulations. The rules and regulations necessary for the effective and efficient enforcement of the provisions of this act shall be formulated by the department in coordination with the CHED, relevant national government agencies, LGUs, SUCs, and private sector, the private sector, farmers and fisherfolk organizations, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders, and shall be implemented within 90 days from the effectivity of this act. The IRR shall include, among others, the phased implementation of the transition from the ATI to the BAEX, personal transition mechanisms, asset and resource transfer procedures, institutional coordination protocols, qualification standards, and safeguards to ensure the uninterrupted delivery of agricultural and fisheries extension services. Unjustified or willful failure or refusal of the concerned agencies to promulgate the implementing rules and regulations, IRR, within the specified period shall subject the heads of these government agencies to administrative penalties under applicable civil service laws. Should the IRR contain provisions that are contrary to this act, the head of the government agencies responsible for such provision, when done in bad faith or with gross negligence, shall be held administratively liable. I submit, Mr.
What
President.
does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'd like to put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our distinguished sponsor of the measure. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleague.
We'd like to thank Senator Joel for his amendments. Mr. President, with the permission of the Majority Leader, we just have a few more amendments for this measure.
Please proceed.
Yes, Section 4, creation of the Bureau of Agriculture Extension, BAEX, first paragraph, on page 3, line 27, between the words agriculture and extension, insert the phrase and fisheries. And on the same line, delete the acronym BAEX and replace with the acronym BAFEX. This shall be an omnibus amendment in the bill to reflect the name of the new DA Bureau, which is the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Extension, or BAFEX. The first paragraph of Section 4 as amended shall now read as follows. Creation of the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Extension, BAFEX. The Agriculture Training Institute is hereby transformed and strengthened into the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Extension, hereinafter referred to as the BAFEX. It shall be a line bureau in the Department of Agriculture under the supervision of the Undersecretary for Operations. As a line bureau, it shall maintain physical offices at the national, regional, provincial, and municipal levels. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On the same Section 4, second paragraph, on page 4, line 4, after the word section, delete the number 8 and replace with number 9. And it shall now read as follows. The BAFEX shall be headed by a bureau director with 2 assistant directors at the national level who shall head the technical services and administration and finance service. Technical service and administration and finance service, respectively. It shall further be comprised of such other personnel nationwide as indicated in the plantilla under Section 9. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 9, plantilla of BAFEX personnel. First paragraph. On page 6, line 25 to 31. Starting from the word agriculture, on line 25, delete the rest of the paragraph ending with the word country on line 31 and replace with the following. Director, Provincial Agriculture Extension Officer, Assistant PAEO, and Agriculture Extension Workers, AEWs. The department shall provide the details of the plantilla reflecting a minimum of 3 AEWs in every municipality in the country. The first paragraph of Section 9 shall now read as follows. Section 9, plantilla of BAFEX personnel. There shall be a plantilla of positions in the BAFEX, namely Bureau Director, 2 Assistant Directors, Regional Director, Provincial Agriculture Extension Officer, PAEO, Assistant PAEO, and Agriculture Extension Workers, AEWs. The department shall provide the details of the plantilla reflecting a minimum of 3 AEWs in every municipality in the country. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Section 9, third paragraph. On page 7, delete the entire paragraph on lines 5 and 6 and replace with the following paragraph. The basic salary grade for Agriculture 1 shall be salary grade 13 in the government salary grade scale, consistent with Republic Act 12215 or the Philippine Agriculturist Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 7, delete lines 15 to 16 and replace with agriculture officers, workers shall be entitled to appropriate representation allowance and traveling allowance RATA in accordance with existing regulations. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Penultimate amendment, Section 16 on appropriations, first paragraph on page 9, line 25. After the word for, delete the word personal and replace with personnel. The first paragraph of Section 16 shall now read as follows. Section 16, appropriation for the first year of implementation of this act the amount of 10 billion pesos shall be appropriated for personnel services and operation and capital budget requirements of BAFEX. It shall be sourced out of the total budget of the department. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
And finally, on the title of the bill, the following, the omnibus amendment approved earlier, the title shall now read as follows. An act strengthening the National Agriculture and Fisheries Extension System to accelerate agriculture and fisheries development, creating the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Extension, BAFEX, and appropriating funds therefore. Subject to style, Mr. President, so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no other amendments. With the permission of the Majority Leader, I move to terminate the period of amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, no other member wishes to make any further amendments. I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1991 under Committee Report number 53.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 1991 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend consideration.
Thank you,
of the
Mr.
measure.
President.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 1991 is hereby suspended.
And we'd like to congratulate the distinguished colleague for that. Mr. President, I move, finally, we'll take up one more bill and one sponsorship of another bill, and then we can suspend for the CA. And then we'll take up the other bills this afternoon when we come back, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1905 under Committee Report number 35. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
This measure, Mr. President, is for all our barangay health workers. We were in the ground during the earthquake, and we saw all the first responders were actually barangay health workers.
Correct.
Helping our people. We promised them, Mr. President, we will pass this, and therefore I would like to recognize, sponsor Senator Risa Ontiveros for their finalizing our amendments on this measure, Mr. President. By the way, for the record, Mr. President, we passed this already in the last Congress. So it's just a matter of passing this once again in this Congress.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Majority Leader. We recognize the gentle lady from Panay, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are no more committee amendments and no colleague has submitted individual amendments for proposal today. So, with the indulgence of the body, Mr. President, if the body will kindly allow, and in the light also of what the Majority Leader has said, na actually round 2 na po ito ng mga barangay health workers sa buong Pilipinas since the previous or 19th Congress. If the body will allow, Mr. President, I respectfully move with the indulgence of the Majority Leader that the body closes the period of amendment on Senate Bill number 1905, Mr. President.
Yes. This is actually the second time around this bill
Yes,
came
Mr.
to the floor.
President.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
last time we actually approved it. Unfortunately, hindi ho siya natuloy. No? So
Yes.
with that, Senator Erwin is raising his hands. We recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Just a short manifestation, Mr. President, Madam Chair, our sponsor. Kailangan na po siguro talaga nating ipasaho ito. Kailangan po dahil ito po ay ang ating po mga barangay health workers, ang mga first responders. Ito po nakita natin nung nagdaang earthquake sa Mindanao, sila po ang nauna. Ang mga barangay health workers po natin, ginagamot po yung may mga sugat at nag-iikot po sa iba't ibang barangay, doon po sa Sarangani, doon po sa General Santos City. At hindi lang po sa lugar na yan, kundi sa iba't ibang panig ng ating bansa, na kapag tinamaan po ng mga unos, kalamidad, sila po ang unang-unang mga rumiresponde sa mga bahay-bahay. So, ika nga, I believe it is high time that we must pass this Senate bill alang-alang po sa kanila. And it is our way of saying thank you for your service. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you for that.
Maraming salamat, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you for that manifestation, Senator Erwin. I believe last night was Senator JV who sponsored this bill. No, kaya ho,
That's
dumaan
right,
na
Mr.
ho to sa maraming debate at sa wakas, nandito tayo ulit para aprubahan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments hereby closed.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1905 under Committee Report number 35. So,
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 1905 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move congratulations.
Congratulations to the sponsor.
To the barangay health workers and the sponsor,
Salamat,
Mr.
Mr.
President.
President.
Congratulations. And to the Senate. Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
The consideration of the aforementioned bill is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to reference of business, short reference of business.
The Senate Secretary is directed to read the reference of business.
Reference to business, message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House informing the Senate that on 3 June 2026, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number A389, an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices.
Referred to the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation and Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes.
House number 9466, an act converting the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program by expanding its scope and coverage and enhancing its support mechanisms. Appropriating funds, therefore, amending RA 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Committee Report 71, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education, Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance, on Senate number 2272, with Senators Tulfo R., Pangilinan, Marcos, Estrada, Villanueva, Lapid, Villar M., Aquino, Ejercito, Tulfo E., and Villar C. as authors. An act strengthening and expanding the National Nutrition Program, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11037, otherwise known as the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, appropriating funds, therefore, recommending approval in substitution of Senate numbers 87, 219, 431, 902, 1145, 1192, 1207, 1312, 1375, 1471, and 1767. Sponsor, Senator Aquino.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader. Oo nga. Pwede rin na.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we recognize our distinguished sponsors of the measure, we'd just like to welcome also to the plenary our dear colleagues from the House of Representatives, members of the Commission on Appointments.
We welcome our colleagues from the Commission on Appointments,
Excited na po
particularly
sila.
our
Excited na po sila.
counterparts from the House of Representatives.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We welcome them with open arms to their House of or the Senate, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer to the calendar ordinary business special orders Senate Bill number. It's not in my list.
2272.
2272, Mr. President. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2272 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2272 is in order.
Under Committee Report number 71, Mr. President.
Under Committee Report 71, the Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the records the whole text thereof.
An act strengthening, expanding the National Nutrition Program, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11037, otherwise known as the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, appropriating funds, therefore.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Bam Aquino, to sponsor the
We
measure.
recognize the gentleman from Tarlac, Senator Bam Aquino.
Mr. President, mga kasama, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. The Committee on Basic Education is pleased to present Senate Bill number 2272 under Committee Report number 71, which seeks to amend Republic Act 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain parang sa Batang Pilipino Act. Nais po natin pasalamatan ang ating mga kasamahan sa komite, ang EDCOM2 at ang iba't ibang ahensya na katuwang natin sa pagsulong ng panukalang ito. Sa lahat po, ng mga pangyayari sa Senado sa nakaraang buwan. Ang reformang ito na para sa kabataang nangangailangan at para sa kabataang nagugutom ang isa po sa nakapanghihinayang po talaga na naantala ng ilang linggo. Mr. President, mahalagang tugunan po ang matagal ng issue ng stunting sa kabataang Pilipino. Ayon po sa ulat ng EDCOM 2, sa loob ng 20 taon, mula year 2000 hanggang 2020, nananatili ang problema ng stunting sa ating kabataan. Currently, 26.7% of Filipino children under 5 years old are stunted. Ibig sabihin po, isa sa bawat 4 na kabataan ay hindi naaabot ang kanilang tunay na potensyal. They will carry the lifelong burden of undernutrition. Hindi po natin malulutas ang krisis sa edukasyon kung hindi po natin tututukan ang isa sa mga ugat nito, ang kakulangan sa nutrisyon na nagsisilbing hadlang upang epektibong matuto ang mga estudyanteng Pilipino. Ang ating pong panukala ngayon ay hindi lamang isang feeding program. Ito po ay reforma sa edukasyon, isa pong public health strategy at isa pong hakbang sa pagpapaunlad ng human capital ng ating bansa. Meron pong matatag na ugnayan sa pagitan ng nutrisyon at edukasyon. Ang isang gutom na bata ay hindi makakapag-focus. Ang isang malnourished na utak ay nahihirapan na maalala ang pinag-aralan sa eskwelahan. Ang expanded National Nutrition Program na ito ay tutugon sa isa sa pinakamalaking reformang kinakailangan ng ating sistema sa edukasyon. Noong ating pong unang termino, tayo rin po yung nag-sponsor ng RA 11037. Ngunit sa halos isang dekada ng implementasyon, nakita rin po natin ang mga gap o puwang sa sistema. Our goal today is to bridge those gaps through 3 major reforms. Una po, sa ilalim ng ating bagong expanded National Nutrition Program, magkakaroon ng life stage approach mula sa tamang nutrisyon ng buntis na mga nanay hanggang sa mga sanggol, sa mga toddler, hanggang sa mga school-age children, hanggang sa mga kabataan sa high school. Ibig sabihin po, sa lahat ng essential developmental stages ng ating kabataan, meron pong masustansyong pagkain para sa mga nangangailangan. Ginagawa rin po nating universal ang feeding para sa lahat ng batang nasa kinder to grade 3. Ibig sabihin po, lahat ng mga bata sa kinder to grade 3 sa ating public school ay makakakuha ng masustansyang pagkain. Isa po ito sa pinakamahalagang hakbang at pinakamalaking reforma para tugunan ang krisis sa nutrisyon at sisiguraduhin po natin na tuloy-tuloy ang pag-aalaga. Pangalawa, malinaw na accountability at data governance. Nililinaw rin po ng panukalang ito ang mga tungkulin ng DOH, DSWD, DepEd, NNC, DILG at iba't iba pang mga ahensyang patungo sa nutrisyon ng ating kabataan. Sa pamamagitan po nito, may iiwasan ng overlap at masisigurado na may nakatutok sa nutrisyon ng bata sa bawat edad. Sisimulan din po ang isang Universal Health Record or UHR. Sa pamamagitan ng tama at updated na data tungkol sa nutrisyon, mas madali rin pong matututukan at mababantayan ang paglaki ng bawat bata mula barangay hanggang sa paaralan. Pangatlo po, ang pag-uugnay sa lokal na produksyon. Isa pong pinaglaban din po ni Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Ang pagtugon sa malnutrition ay tugon din po sa kahirapan ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda, ang ating food producers. Bibigyan natin ng prioridad ang freshly prepared hot meals at local procurement. Sa pamamagitan po ng diretsyong pagbili sa mga lokal na magsasaka at mangingisda, sisiguro rin po natin ang kanilang kabuhayan. Kaya po yung budget para sa nutrition ay pwede rin pong magsilbing budget para sa ating lokal na agrikultura. Tulad din po ng ating Classroom Building Acceleration Program or CAP-ACT, maaaring bigyan ng suporta ang mga LGU na merong effective na feeding or nutrition programs. Sila po'y maaaring magkaroon ng bahagi ng pambansang pondo upang maipatupad ang mga nutrition program nila sa kanilang sariling lugar. Mga President, Mr. President, mga kasama, ang nutrition po ay isang long-term investment para sa ating human capital at ekonomiya. Ang mga batang malusog ay mas may pagkakataong magtagumpay sa paaralan, maging produktibong bahagi ng ating workforce at makapag-ambag sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Nagbibigay din ang batas na ito ng karagdagang suporta para sa mga vulnerable sectors tulad ng indigenous learners, mga nasa GAIDA or geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, mga batang may kapansanan at mga buntis na mag-aaral. Gaya po ng iba nating mga reforma sa edukasyon, inaasahan ko po ang inyong suporta upang masiguro na wala ng batang Pilipino ang uuwi na gutom o mahihirapang mag-aral dahil sa kubukulong sikmura. Simulan po natin ang pag-unlad ng ating bansa sa pinakapundasyon, isang batang Pilipinong busog, malusog, at handang matuto. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, mga kasama. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bam, at maraming salamat at meron tayong ganitong batas para pumalutas po natin ang malnutrisyon sa ating bansa. At maraming salamat at binibigyan mo ng importansya ang kalusugan ng ating mga mag-aaral.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of our principal authors and sponsors would like to also sponsor. We recognize distinguished colleague Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yeah, we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished Majority Leader. Ginoong Pangulo, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2272 or the Expanded National Nutrition Program Act, strengthening and expanding Republic Act number 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. As one of the authors of this particular measure, having filed Senate Bill number 1145, we'd like to put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to the sponsor of the measure, our chairperson, Senator Bam Aquino, for pushing for these timely amendments to the law. Ginoong Pangulo, kapag po ang isang batang Pilipino ay pumapasok sa paaralan na wala pong laman ang sikmura, hindi lang po yan ang walang laman. Unti-unti rin pong nauubos ang kanyang pag-asa. Because before a child can dream, before a child can learn, before a child can succeed, he needs to be fed and nourished. According to UNICEF, Mr. President, nearly 1 in every 3 Filipino children under 5 years old is chronically malnourished. Sa BARM nga po, umaabot pa raw po sa 45.2% ang stunting rate ng mga bata. Mas mataas pa po ito, Ginoong Pangulo, sa nakakaalarma ng 28.8% na stunting rate ng buong bansa. Habang tayo po ay narito ngayon sa bulwagang ito, may batang Pilipinong pumapasok sa paaralan na tubig lang ang laman ng kanyang tiyan. May batang hirap na mag-concentrate sa klase dahil siya po ay gutom. At may mga magulang na pinipiling huwag kumain para lang may maihain naman para sa kanilang mga anak. Mr. President, the 2022 PISA results also showed that more than 1/3 Filipino students reported not eating at least once a week because of financial hardship. Hindi po simpleng statistics ito, Ginoong Pangulo. Mukha po ito o mukha po iyan ng batang nahihilo sa classroom. Mukha po yan ng batang unti-unting na pag-iiwanan. Hence, Mr. President, we fully support this measure which recognizes that hunger is not really a food problem. It is an education problem. It is a health problem. It is a poverty problem. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the true measure of a nation is how it treats its children. Kung gusto po nating magkaroon ng matatag na ekonomiya, dekalidad na edukasyon at produktibong mamamayan, magsimula po tayo sa pinakapayak ngunit pinakamahalagang pangangailangan, ang masustansyang pagkain. Kaya naman po sa panukalang batas na ito ay laban po ito sa kontragutom, laban kontra gutom, laban kontra stunting, laban kontra kahirapan, at laban para sa kinabukasan ng bawat batang Pilipino. Naniniwala po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, na kapag busog ang bata, mas malakas at mas ganado po siyang mangarap. Mas handa po siyang matuto at mas handa po siyang lumaban sa buhay. At kapag ang batang Pilipino ay lumaking malusog, ang buong bayan po ang aangat. Dahil walang batang Pilipino ang dapat matulog na gutom at walang batang Pilipino ang dapat mangarap ng walang laman ng tiyan. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat at pagpalain po tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Maraming salamat, Senator Joel Villanueva. We recognize the gentleman from Pampanga, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Just a quick manifestation. We will submit our co-sponsorship speech for this measure. We congratulate Senator Bam Aquino for marshalling this through. Nung nakaraang dalawang kampanya po natin ay pagkain at gutom ang ating tinututukan. Kaya ito'y isa sa mga mahalagang panukalang batas na dapat lamang ay maipasa kaagad. Isang pondo, Mr. President, 4 ang tinutugunan. Kahirapan, kalusugan, edukasyon, at agrikultura at pangingisda, Mr. President. 4 ang tinutugunan, isang pondo, Mr. President. Hindi lang gutom ng ating mga kababayan, ang ating mga anak, pati ang gutom ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda na maibenta ng tama ang kanilang ani at huli para gumanda ang kanilang kita, matutugunan din ng panukalang ito. Kaya we will submit our co-sponsorship speech, and we thank Senator Bam Aquino for marshalling this measure. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you.
very much.
We also recognize the gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to manifest my full support on Senator Bam Aquino's bill and formally co-sponsored the bill on the expanded National Nutrition Program under Committee Report number 71. Section 15, Article 2 of our 1987 Constitution explicitly mandates that the state shall protect and promote the right to health of the people. Yet, despite our past legislative efforts, we are cognizant of the stark reality that child malnutrition remains a formidable crisis in our country. Under Republic Act number 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, our national feeding program is currently limited to a period of 120 days. Mr. President, this is simply insufficient to sustain the nutritional requirements of our growing children from prenatal period to their school age years. Hindi naman po nawawala ang gutom at malnutrisyon pagkalipas ng 120 days. Sa katunayan, karamihan sa mga kaso ng stunting ay nagsisimula sa unang yugto ng buhay ng isang bata. Kaya kinakailangan ang tuloy-tuloy at pangmatagalang interbensyon. It is for this reason that I also filed Senate Bill number 1471. Through this measure, we seek to extend the national feeding program. Furthermore, this bill represents an opportunity to simultaneously uplift another marginalized sector. By harmonizing this measure with Section 11 of Republic Act number 11321 or the Sagip-Saka Act, we mandate the direct purchase of agricultural and fishery products from accredited farmers and fisherfolks cooperatives. Mr. President, by linking our national feeding initiatives directly with our local producers, we combat the hunger that impairs our students' ability to learn, and we secure reliable livelihood for our agriculture sector. Win-win solution para sa ating mga mag-aaral at magsasaka. I therefore co-sponsor this vital measure and earnestly urge my distinguished colleagues to please support its swift passage. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we congratulate the sponsors for this timely measure. We were talking about it with the Senate President really quick, just a quick manifestation. We have one of the shortest populations in Southeast Asia. There was a study recently made, and I read about it. Short in height, Mr. President, because of stunting due to malnourishment and malnutrition. And the fact is that we're a basketball-loving country. So if we do not address this, sayang naman yung pagmamahal natin sa basketball. As a matter of fact, nilampasan na po tayo ng leaps and bounds ng Vietnam and Thailand. The children's height or the height average of Vietnam and Thailand, matatangkad na sila. Because early on, they had the promoted this school feeding program and nutrition program. So I'd like to thank Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Bam Aquino for this measure, Mr. President, and we hope to pass this as soon as possible time.
Majority Leader,
Yes,
with
Mr.
the just a short manifestation with the intervention of the Senate, Senator Bam and the rest of our colleagues, we managed to increase the feeding program in DepEd to 28 billion pesos. So right now, ang target this year is to have universal feeding for kindergarten, grade 1, for 180 days. No? So araw-araw mapapakain na sila. And this bill bodes well with that budget because we need to institutionalize that. No? And kaya timely ho itong bill na ito para ma-institutionalize yung budget na inilagay ho natin. No?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We need to do this and act on this measure with haste. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the measure to allow our colleagues to study the measure further.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned bill is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, we'd just like to designate, before we suspend for the CA, we'd just like to designate the members of two bicameral conference committees that will happen very soon. I move that the Senate President rather designate the Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions on Senate Bill number 1981 and House Bill number 4744. These are the bills on Private Basic Education Vouchers Assistance Act, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the following are designated conferees on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill number 1981 and House Bill number 4744. Senator Bam Aquino as chairperson, Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian as the author of this bill, and Senator Joel Villanueva. For the minority, Senator Lauren Legarda and Senator Camille Villar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move also that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions on Senate Bill number 1966 and House Bill number 6636. This is the bill institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees on the Conference Committee on Disagreeing Provisions on Senate Bill number 1966 and House Bill number 6636. They are Senator Erwin Tulfo as chairperson, members for the majority, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Vicente Soto III, and for the minority, Senator Bongo.
Thank you, Mr. President. And also, for the record, Senator Kiko Pangilinan would like to be co-author and co-sponsor of the committee report of Senator Bam, as well as yours truly, Mr. President, if I can be made also co-sponsor and co-author. of
So
the same.
recorded.
Thank you. And Senator Rafi Tulfo as well, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
so recorded.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we also elect, we have the list of the minority members to the CA so that they can also participate in today's commission on appointments. This list had come from the office of Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, I move that we elect the following senators as members of the commission on appointments on the part of the minority: Senator Rodante Marcoleta, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Lauren Legarda, and Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And also, Mr. President, pursuant to Article 6, Section 17 of the 1987 Constitution, I move to elect the following members to the Senate Electoral Tribunal on the part of the minority: Senators Pia Cayetano and Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I so
Is
move.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon to allow us to have our Commission on Appointments hearings this afternoon, Mr. President. I so move.
Session is suspended.
Kaya na nila yun. Malalaki na sila.
The plenary session of the Commission on Appointments is in special session of the 20th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Risa Hontiveros to kindly lead us in prayer.
Sa ngalan ng Ama at ng Anak at ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Manalangin tayo. Mapagmahal at maawaing Diyos, nagtitipon po kami sa diwa ng Ebanghelyo ngayong araw, batid na lahat ay inyong nakikita. Dalisayin ninyo ang aming mga intensyon at ipagkaloob sa amin ang pagpapakumbaba na hanapin hindi ang pagkilala kundi katapatan sa katotohanan at responsibilidad sa lahat ng aming gagawin. Habang tinutupad namin ang aming mga responsibilidad, gabayan niyo po kami ng karunungan at discernment sa lahat ng aming mga deliberasyon at desisyon na naglilingkod sa taong bayan. Tulungan niyo po kaming manatiling focused sa kung ano ang makatarungan, tapat at totoo, nang sa gayon ang aming trabaho ay mapalakas ang public trust at itataguyod ang dignidad ng public service. Palakasin niyo po kami na kumilos ng may sinseridad sa lahat ng bagay, na maging tapat sa aming mga responsibilidad, tapat din sa katotohanan at bukas palad sa serbisyo para sa common good ng aming bayan. Hinihiling po namin ito sa inyo sa pamamagitan ng inyong karunungan at grasya. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, at ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
May I ask the Secretary to read the communication dated 17 June 2026 from the House of Representatives, Secretary General Cheloy Garafil, on the election of the House of Representatives members to the Commission on Appointments.
June 17, 2026, the Honorable Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairperson, Commission on Appointments. Dear Honorable Gatchalian, I have been directed to inform the Commission on Appointments that the House of Representatives on even date elected the following as members of the House of Representatives contingent to the Commission on Appointments. 1. Representative Francisco Paulo P. Ortega. The 5th, Vice Representative Jordin Jesus M. Romualdo. 2. Representative Jose Bong J. Teves Jr. Vice Representative Robert Raymond M. Estrella. 3. Representative Franz S. Pumaren. Vice Representative Eddie Bong G. Plaza. 4. Representative Wilfrido Mark M. Enverga. Vice Representative Roy M. Loyola. And 5, Representative Mercedes K. Alvarez, Vice Representative Arnie B. Fuentebella. Respectfully yours, signed Attorney Chelo E. Belicaria Garafil, Secretary General.
The election of the named representatives as members to the Commission on Appointments is hereby noted. May I ask the Secretary to read the communication dated 17th of June 2026 from Senate Secretary Renato Bantug Jr.
17 June 2026, the Honorable Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairperson, Commission on Appointments. Sir, this is to respectfully inform Your Honor that the Senate, on even date, elected the following members of the Commission on Appointments effective on the same date. On the part of the majority, 1. Senator Panfilo M. Lacson, 2. Senator Joel Villanueva, 3. Senator Risa Ontiveros, 4. Senator Raffy T. Tulfo, 5. Senator J.B. Ejercito, 6. Senator Juan Miguel Migues F. Zubiri, Vice Senator Mark A. Villar, and 7. Senator Vicente C. Soto III, Vice Senator Manuel Lito M. Lapid. On the part of the minority, 1. Senator Rodante D. Marcoleta, 2. Senator Christopher Lawrence Bong Tigo, 3. Senator Amy R. Marcos, 4. Senator Loren Legarda, and 5. Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. This is pursuant to Section 18, Article 6 of the 1987 Constitution, signed Secretary Renato M. Bantug.
The election of the named senators as members to the Commission on Appointments is hereby noted. May I request the elected members of the Commission on Appointments to please rise and take their respective oath of office. Mayra, merong yung oath.
Ay, wala copy si SP.
Ito. Oath of office. Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Off, state your address. Having been nominated and elected to the position of, state your position. Do hereby solemnly swear that I will well and faithfully discharge, to the best of my ability, the duties of my present position and of all others I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines, that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines, that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities, and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily, without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. The Secretary will please call the roll.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Benjamin C. Agarao Jr., Antonio Tonipetti Albano, Mercedes K. Alvarez, Jose Joboy S. Aquino II, Joseph Victor J.B. G. Ejercito, Wilfrido Mark M. Enverga, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Christopher Risa Ontiveros, Panfilo M. Lacson, Loren Legarda, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Amy R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Francis Paulo P. Ortega V, Franz S. Pumaren, Vicente C. Soto III, Jose Bong J. Tevez Jr., Marcy R. Teodoro, Raffy T. Tulfo, Alan U. T., Joel Villanueva, Juan Miguel Migues F. Zubiri.
With 22 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Vice Chair Ramon Guico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The majority floor leader is unable to attend today's plenary session. On that note, I move that the body designate Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva as acting Majority Floor Leader only for today's session.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Vice Chairman Congressman Ramon Vico. Mr. Chairman, in view of the special session convened by the President of the Philippines and considering the urgency of the matter before the body, the 5-day notice requirement for meetings prescribed under Chapter 3, Section 10 of the rule has not been complied with. And so with the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move that the body waive the 5-day notice requirement and proceed with today's session. So move, Mr.
Is there
Chairman.
any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask that we now proceed to consider the election of the officers of the Commission on Appointments. So move.
The consideration of the election of the officers of the Commission is in order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to manifest that pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 2 of the new rules of the Commission, all members are deemed members of all standing committees of the Commission except in the Committees on Accounts, Ethics, and Rules and Resolutions.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted.
Mr. Chairman, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on the 17th of March 2026 and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on 17th March 2026 is hereby dispensed with, and the same is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I now request that the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Jose Joboy S. Aquino, be recognized. So move.
The Congressman Joboy Aquino is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honors, I rise before this august body today for the officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines whose appointments are awaiting action of the Commission. Their appointments have been placed in such a situation through no fault of their own and because of circumstances beyond their control. These officers have faithfully discharged their duties, rendered distinguished service to the nation, and met all the requirements for promotion. It is therefore only fitting that the Commission be afforded the opportunity to act upon their appointments without further delay. Indeed, no promotion can truly compensate for the sacrifices, hardships, and risks they have endured in the service of our country. Nevertheless, the timely consideration of their appointments is a recognition of their competence, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the Filipino people. Accordingly, Mr. Chair, and with the indulgence of the honorable members of this body, considering the limited time available to issue notice for a committee meeting to consider the appointments awaiting action of Committee on National Defense. And in view of the urgency of the matter, I move that the Committee on National Defense be allowed to immediately convene today and proceed with the consideration of the appointments before it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Moreover, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, in view of the urgency that prompted the convening of this special session and the need for the immediate consideration of the appointments awaiting action of the Committee on National Defense, I move that this body waive the 5-day notice requirement for committee meetings under Articles 4, Section 1 of the Rules of the Standing Committees.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, may I request that the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Panfilo M. Lacson, be recognized. So moved, Mr. Chair.
We recognize Senator Ping Lacson.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, following the precedent set by the Committee on National Defense, this representation respectfully manifests that there are likewise appointments awaiting action by the Commission, and like those of our military officers, find themselves in this situation through no fault of their own. These appointees concerned are distinguished members of our Foreign Service who have devoted their careers to advancing Philippine interests abroad. They have served with dedication, professionalism, and loyalty, often far from their families and loved ones, and frequently under demanding and challenging conditions in the service of our nation. In recognition of their sacrifices and faithful service, and considering the urgency that necessitated this convening of the special session of Congress today, this representation expresses the hope that these career diplomats may likewise be accorded the opportunity for timely action by the Commission. For the information of this august body, the request for the conduct of a meeting of the Committee on Foreign Affairs was transmitted to the Commission's Secretariat yesterday evening, and the corresponding notice was issued. Accordingly, the Committee on Foreign Affairs stands ready to proceed with the consideration of the appointments before it at 1 p.m. today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. The manifestation of the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs is duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, in view of the authority granted by the body for the Committee on National Defense and the Committee on Foreign Affairs to convene and proceed with the consideration of the appointments referred to them, may I respectfully move that the session be suspended. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, session is suspended.
Meron naman pala.
Ilalong presto. Ano ba yung pinipindot to? Dito. Ayun. Betay ko muna. Abot ka ba?
Hindi, unahin yata ito eh. Abot-abot na lang ito. Ano hawak ka ganun?
Hindi ba pwedeng ilagay na lang sa gitna para sila na lang pupunta?
Oo, sino tatayo?
Oo. na lang kung tatawagan sila. Oo.
Isang
Kung sino tatanong, isa lang lalapit sa mic.
Saan tatayo ito magpaharap?
Kahit isa lang sir.
Ganun.
Oo. Kahit isa lang. Isa lang.
Sabi niya sir, kahit handheld lang daw eh.
Handheld? E di hawakan ko na. Bigay ko na lang sa kanila.
Huwag na mag-start. Hawakan na lang.
Hawakan ko na lang ito.
Oo, hindi na lang.
Ayan. Bibigay ko sa kanya gano'n? Hindi. Nakapatay ba? Nakapatay.
Ikaw sir. Tapos kapag mamaya mo pa, balik na lang.
Oo. Naka ano na to? Naka-sakto na to, no?
Oo. Sige sir, salamat ha.
Binubuksan ko ito sa...
Number.
Sa kabesa. Anak kang pipicture doon. The meeting on the Committee on National Defense of the Commission on Appointments in the special session of Congress is hereby called to order. Session suspended. Okay ka na? Madam. Madam. Okay ka na? Yeah, okay. Hindi, kaya nga. Ikaw na nga. Session resume. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable members of the Committee on National Defense, Benjamin C. Agaraw Jr., Antonio Tony Petit Albano, Mercedes K. Alvarez, Jose Joboy S. Aquino, Chairperson, Joseph Victor J.B. Ejercito, Wilfrido Mark M. Verga, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Christopher Lawrence Bong Tigo, Ramon N. Gico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Panfilo M. Lacson, Lauren Legarda, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Amy R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Francis Paulo P. Ortega V, Franz S. Pumaren, Vicente C. Soto III, Jose Bong J. Tebes Jr., Marcy R. Teodoro, Rafi T. Tulfo, Alan U.T., Joel Villanueva, Juan Miguel Mix F. Zubiri. The chairperson is present.
With
including you.
20 members present, including the chair, we have a quorum. Good morning, distinguished members of this committee, guests, ladies and gentlemen. As earlier manifested by this representation during the plenary session and pursuant to the authority granted by the body for the committee to immediately convene under special circumstances, the Committee on National Defense is meeting today to consider the ad interim appointments of the generals and flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Before this committee today, please stand up as your name is called. Number 1, Edmond G. Peralta, Lieutenant General. Isagani O. Criste, Major General. Alan M. Avier, Vice Admiral. Naisforo M. Diaz Jr., Brigadier General. Rose Wati Remo, Brigadier General. The officers whose appointments are before the committee today find themselves in this situation through no fault of their own, but rather as consequence of circumstances beyond their control. Throughout their careers, they have faithfully discharged their duties, upheld the highest standards of military professionalism, and rendered distinguished service to the Republic. Having satisfied all the requirements prescribed under the rules, they are deserving of the Commission's timely consideration of their appointments. These officers have dedicated more than 3 decades of their lives to the service of our country, rising through the ranks through competence, discipline, integrity, and unwavering commitment to duty. Their careers reflect not only personal achievement, but also years of sacrifice, perseverance, and steadfast adherence to the values of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Indeed, no promotion can fully compensate for the hardships they have endured, the risks they have taken, and the sacrifices they and their families have made in the service of the nation. Time and again, they have answered the call of duty, often serving in distant and dangerous assignments away from their loved ones and exposed to harm's way, so that our people may live in peace and security. The consideration of their appointments today is therefore more than a recognition of rank. It is an acknowledgement of their distinguished record of service, their proven leadership, and their invaluable contributions to our national defense and security. It is likewise a tribute to the dedication and selflessness of the men and women of the armed forces who stand ready at all times to defend our sovereignty and protect the Filipino people. For these reasons, the committee deems it both proper and just that these appointments be acted upon without further delay. Madam Secretary, kindly appraise the body of its jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information with regard to these officers of the AFP in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors. Mr. Chairperson, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. submitted to the Commission on Appointments the appointments of earlier mentioned officers under consideration today by the committee, and the same were immediately referred to the Committee on National Defense pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. These appointments were published on various dates in two newspapers of general circulation, Manila Standard and Daily Tribune, and broadcast over PTV4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. All the appointees have complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new Rules of the Commission. There is no opposition filed against any of these appointments. That is all, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors.
Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to all the appointees present.
Officers, kindly rise and raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. Mr. Chairman, all the appointees present are now under oath.
May I invite the officers to take their designated seat in front? Session suspended. Session resumed. The chair would now like to call to the most senior among the officials, Edmond G. Peralta, Lieutenant General. Take the seat. May po ba dyan? If, to deliver his opening statement.
Sir, I am Lieutenant General Edmundo G. Peralta, sir. I am the Deputy Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines. Appearing before you are 4 other officers. Here's our name before, sir. And we are here for the confirmation of we appear before the Commission appointments for our confirmation, sir.
Thank you, General Peralta. You please, you may now take the seat in front. Open now for, oh yeah. Thank you, sir. When I sit. The floor is now open for question, inquiries, if there are any from the members of the committee. If Honorable Marcoleta is recognized.
Good morning, Lieutenant General Peralta. Tama po ba na ang birthday ninyo is May 14, 1970?
Yes, sir.
Which was last month.
Yes, sir.
Meaning to say you already reached the age of 56 and you were bypassed upon seeing the adjournment of Congress on June 3. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, this circumstance also applies to the rest of your colleagues, namely Vice Admiral Alan M. Javier, whose birthday is May 16, 1970, Major General Isagani Criste, birth date is April 21, 1970, Brigadier General Naisforo Diaz, birth date May 5, 1970, and Brigadier General Rus Mawate Remo, April 24, 1970. Meaning to say the five of you, General, already reached the age of 56, and everyone was bypassed upon the scene of the adjournment of Congress last June 3, 2026. That is a fact, sir. And are you aware of Republic Act 11939?
Yes, sir.
Republic Act 11939 amended Republic Act 11709. You're familiar of that. Do you know why I am citing this particular law, General?
Yes, sir.
Why?
We are less than 1 year, sir.
Yes, you are correct. Section 2 of Republic Act 11709, which is now Section 1 of 11939, last paragraph, says that to be eligible for appointment or promotion to the grade of Brigadier General or Commodore O-07 or higher, except for positions under Sections 2A and 2B, the officer must have at least 1 year remaining of active service before compulsory retirement. And would you say that you lack at least 1 year remaining of active service before your compulsory retirement?
Yes, sir. We were ordered to come here, sir, and we are directed to appear before the commission appointments.
And so therefore, it only means that the five of you may no longer be eligible for reappointment in view of the prohibition under Section 1 of Republic Act 11939. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marcos. Honorable Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, I believe, and I was told by the Secretary of the Commission on Appointments, that the ad interim appointments of this fine gentleman and lady is a mere resubmission of their previous ad interim appointments given before the resumption, the May 25, 2026 resumption of the first regular session. And since this is a special session, it is a continuation of the first regular session. Therefore, hindi pa po sila pasok do sa 1-year ban. Kasi hindi naman po nila kasalanan na nagkagulo-gulo kami dito sa Senado at hindi na-take up yung kanilang confirmation. So with that manifestation, Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend to the plenary the confirmation of the aforestated or aforementioned gentleman and lady in plenary. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
If there's, yes, Honorable Risa Ontiveros.
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Any objection to the motion duly seconded?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Albano is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, on the part of the minority, we place on record our full support for the confirmation of the 5 generals and flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, whose appointments are now under consideration. These officers have rendered long and distinguished service to the nation. As such, the minority supports the favorable confirmation of their appointments and commends their dedication and sacrifices in their service to the Filipino people. Mr. Chair, as the acting minority floor leader, on behalf of the minority and the Filipino people, we interpose no objection to their confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Albano. Honorable Bongo is recognized.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, allow me to express my full support for this commission. As this commission gives its consent to the well-deserved, these officers have demonstrated professionalism. Opo, sir. Ano lang, support lang po. Manifestation lang po. These officers have demonstrated professionalism, dedication, and unwavering commitment to their duties in safeguarding our nation's sovereignty, protecting our people, and upholding the Constitution. Wala na po akong katanungan sa kanila. And in fact, itong dalawa, no, si Vice Admiral Alan Madrid Javier, Lieutenant General Edmundo Peralta, are mga tanglaw diwa, class of 92. Their years of service, leadership, and sacrifice reflect the highest ideals of military service and have earned them the trust and confidence of their fellow servicemen. At naintindihan ko rin po na yung 1 year bar rule, no, na dapat nilang mahabol dahil bawat star na alam po ni Senator Ping Lacson yan noon pa, parati nating pinaglalaban dahil napakahalaga po sa kanila yung 1 star na madagdag sa kanila. Yan po'y dala-dala na nila hanggang sa kanilang pagtanda. At maraming salamat rin po, Senator Ping, sa mga suporta mo noon sa sundalo. Mr. Chair, dahil sa kanilang kabayanihan at pagbibigay serbisyo sa ating bansa, gusto ko lang pong bigyang pagkilala at pagpupugay sina Vice Admiral Alan Madrid Javier, Lieutenant General Edmundo Peralta, Philippine Army, Major General Isagani Ocampo Criste, na naging PSG rin po nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, Brigadier General Nice Foro, no? Medrana Diaz Jr., Philippine Army, and Brigadier General Rosa Mawate Remo, Women in Uniform. Ma'am, sa panahon ng banta sa seguridad, sakuna at iba't pang hamon sa kapayapaan at kaayusan, sila ay naninindigan at naglingkod ng buong katapatan sa iba't ibang tungkulin at responsibilidad na kanilang ginagampanan. Napatunayan ng mga opisyal nito ang kanilang kakayahang mamuno at maglingkod. Panahon ng pandemya, panahon ng giyera sa Marawi, bagyo, lindol, baha, patuloy kayo nagtatrabaho para sa ating mga kababayan. At maalala ko po, nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, pinaglaban natin na madoble po ang sahod ng entry position ng military at lahat po ng uniform personnel dahil po yan sa inyong sakripisyo para sa bayan at hindi po natin mararating itong kinaroroonan natin kung hindi po dahil sa inyo. As our first line of defense, your continued courage and commitment are vital to defending our country's honor, rights, and future. We also call on you to remain steadfast in protecting our sovereignty. Maraming salamat po sa inyong dedikasyon, sakripisyo at walang katulad na serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan. Wala po akong katanungan kung hindi nagbibigay lang po ako ng full support dito sa ating hearing sa Commission on Appointments. Dati naman po akong membro dito since 2019 at hindi po matutumbasan ang inyong kontribusyon sa bayan. Pero meron lang po akong paalala sa ating Armed Forces of the Philippines. Unahin lagi ang interes ng bayan. Unahin po lagi ang interes ng bawat Pilipino. Mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Senator Bongo. Yes, Honorable Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, I did not get proper explanation on the concern that I raised before this committee. I don't think we are in a position to violate an existing law. What I heard is an assumption that was passed on to the secretary of this commission. Somebody presumed that the appointment made last year is supposed to be continued. May I ask the secretary to explain that, if that assumption is correct? And if that assumption is enough to override the clear provision of the law?
Honorable Lacson.
Again, I'd like to clarify, hindi po last year. Before May 25, 2026, yung nag-resume tayo ng first regular session. Kasi nag-break tayo. Bago tayo mag-resume, they were given ad interim appointments by the President. So yun po yung ina-apply natin because a special session that we are having today is a continuation of the first regular session, Mr. Chairman. So yung birthday nila fell after. Kailan ang birthday mo, General? May 14. So yung ad interim appointments were given before May 14, I suppose. So you confirm that. So hindi ka covered ng 1-year ban. That's the clarification that I manifested earlier, Mr. Chairman. How about the others? Covered sila ng hindi sila covered ng 1-year ban when they were given their ad interim appointments before May 25, di ba? Kasi kung after May 25, resumption, nomination, at saka hindi na kayo mag-apply. But since you were given your ad interim appointments, since Congress was in recess at that time, having resumed on May 25, hindi po kayo mako-cover ng 1-year ban. That's my point. So I hope I satisfy the query posited by the Honorable Marcoleta. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Mr. Chair, that is an assumption. Somebody should explain from this committee if that assumption is correct. Because the law is the law. They have just reached their age of 56. And they were bypassed. That is a fact. We cannot change that fact, Mr. Chair. That is the only point that I'm trying to raise here. Kasi maliwanag po yung sinasabi naming batas. Wala po tayong personalan dito. I hope that these 5 officers, gusto ko rin naman sila na mailagay natin sa tamang ayos ng kanilang confirmation. But there is a hurdle here. Ilang ang problema rito, Mr. Chair, kasi maliwanag po yung sinasabi ng batas. Lumilitaw, after their compulsory retirement, less than 1 year na eh. As a matter of fact, they were unable to submit the documents for confirmation. Only, siguro, hindi ko po alam, but only the Secretary can testify when exactly were they able to complete the documents for confirmation. Ang may kasalanan po talaga, yung June 3 kasi, nag-adjourn. Pagkatapos, sana man lang, before adjournment, sinabi natin, nag-schedule tayo, na i-confirm natin sila. Wala nga silang kasalanan, but somebody is at fault here. And then we have now a problem with the law. We cannot just simply say na we assume that they are not covered by 1-year ban. No. The law is very clear, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Chair, session suspended. General, you may take your seat, General. Balik ka. Your vote is important. Antayin kita. Ano yun? 5 minutes. Okay.
May statement kasi si about bypass. She on the record lang. Okay na? Okay. Go na. Go na.
So yun na. Sino nga yun? Teodoro. Marcy Teodoro.
Sino yung motion?
Committee hearing will now resume. The chair also would like to stand corrected earlier. The chair has declared it was session suspended. It's a committee hearing suspended. So we now continue. I believe Honorable Marcy Teodoro. Okay na? Honorable Teodoro would like to make a manifestation. Honorable Marcy Teodoro.
Mr. Chairman, a point of information. Bago po ako rito pero meron po tayong kaso Matibag versus Benipayo, GR number 149036 of 2002. This has something to do and defining what is a bypass appointment. As pointed out earlier by Senator Lacson, that this is basically a continuation of the previous session. Hence, the appointment was not technically bypass as defined under the said doctrine under Matibag versus Benipayo. A point of information, Mr. Mr. Chairman. This may help or guide the committee in its decision. As defined, a bypass appointment occurs only when upon the close of the session of Congress. It's true that the Congress was adjourned, but a special session was called upon, so it's being considered a continuation, this proceeding. So if June 17 of this year is considered a continuation of the same congressional session, and this is not a new session, that event triggers the bypass, but not yet occurred. Therefore, the appointment remain pending and subject to the CA action. This is my humble observation and opinion on the matter, Mr. Chair, that the appointments remain pending and subject to CA action.
Thank you, Honorable Teodoro. Yes, Honorable Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, I think we should clearly clarify that this plenary session is not a continuation of the last session. This plenary session is not a continuation of the last session, simply because this is a clearly separate proceeding, given that Congress adjourned sine die on June 3. This is very clear. We should not explain it any further. And Matibag versus Benipayo was quoted, Mr. Chair. In this case, Mr. Chair, an ad interim appointment can be terminated for two causes specified in the Constitution. Article 7, Section 16, Paragraph 2. Ang sabi doon, the first cause is the disapproval of his ad interim appointment by the CA. The second one is the adjournment of Congress without the CA acting on his appointment. Ito yung Matibag versus Banipayo. Mr. Chair, may I manifest that I have nothing against the five officers subject of today's confirmation. I think we have to thank them for their gallantry and service to our nation. I'm just trying to make a point here. But I am not objecting, because we need to know and we need to articulate what is the law that must be the concern of this proceeding, Mr. Chair. Sana wala na yung assumption kasi na sinasabi pa nila kanina that there is a continuation. This is not. Alam natin lahat yun eh. Because we are misleading our members for doing that, Mr. Chair. Ang importante na lang dito, kung wala namang mag-object sa kanila, I'm just pointing it for the record that there is a law that must be respected in connection with this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta. Considering that earlier there was a motion of...
Yes.
Honorable...
go ahead, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to manifest
considering
that this is the manifestations of the gentlemen are actually debatable, because the Commission on Appointments is a different constitutional body than Congress itself, kung tutuusin. Debatable yun. Kaya talagang pwedeng continuation. Only for that matter, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Yes, majority floor. Thank you, Honorable Soto.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Since there's no objection and there was a previous motion, so I move to act on the previous motion.
Considering that there's no objection, the previous motion of Honorable Lacson is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, since there are no more objections, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 5 generals and flag officers of the AFP. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion without any objection. The same is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On motion of the Majority Floor Leader, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
No, pwede na tayo. Mag-alas-dos na. Okay. This meeting of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Commission on Appointments in the special session of Congress is hereby called to order. As earlier manifested on the floor, the Chair would like to inform the members that this meeting is being held in connection with the special session called for the consideration of urgent matters requiring immediate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, in view of the urgency that prompted the convening of this special session and the need for the immediate consideration of appointments awaiting action of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, I move that the body waive the 5-day notice requirement of the committee meetings under Article 4, Section 1 of the Rules of the Standing Committee. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. With the concurrence of the members, the proceedings shall now continue in accordance with the agenda. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll of members.
The honorable members of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Benjamin C. Agarao Jr., Antonio Tony Petti Albano, Mercedes K. Alvarez, Jose Joboy S. Aquino II, Joseph Victor J.B.G. Ejercito, Wilfrido Mark M. Enverga, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Christopher Lawrence Bong Tigo, Ramon N. Gico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Lauren Legarda, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Francis Paulo P. Ortega V, Franz S. Pumaren, Vicente C. Soto III, Jose Bong J. Tebes Jr., Marcy R. Teodoro, Rafi T. Tulfo, Alan U. T., Joel Villanueva, Juan Miguel Mix F. Zubiri. The committee chairperson is present.
With 22 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, we proceed already to the statement of, to the enumeration of the different nominees, and likewise a statement of the chairperson.
Yeah. Dispense ka na lang ng ano.
I move to this, Mr. Chair, sorry, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on March 11, 2020, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, your committee is tasked to consider the nominations and ad interim appointments of 85 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely, nominations. 1. Josel Francisco Ignacio, Chief of Mission Class 2, as non-resident ambassador to the Kingdom of Bhutan, in addition to being ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Republic of India, concurrent jurisdiction over the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. 2. Senen Chemsen Mangalile, Chief of Mission Class 2, ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Cambodia. 3. Noel Mangawang Novicio, Chief of Mission Class 2, as non-resident ambassador to the Republic of Kiribati, the Republic of Nauru, Independent State of Samoa, Kingdom of Tonga, Tuvalu, and the Republic of Vanuatu, in addition to being ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Republic of Fiji. Ad interim appointments. Edgar Barayro Badajos, Robespierre Libelo Bolivar, Emilio Torres Fernandez, Ann Halandoon Luis, Zaldi Bayanin Patron. Chief of Mission Class 2, Lea Victoria Trinidad Carada, Lena Aileen C. De Dios Sison, Noemi Tan Diaz, Maria Luela Chang Duarte, Ambrosio Brian Fruto Enciso III, Jesus Enrique Guanzon Garcia II, Emmanuel Donato Coach Guzman, Mary Lac Santos Hicarte, Brian Dexter Burgos Lao, Career Minister Rapunzel Aglipay Acop, Nomer Blevens Ado II, Azela G. Arumpak Marte, Brian Jess Tio Baguio, Lily Ann Chen Cheng, Ria Eugenio Gorospe, Christine Margaret Mendiola Malang, Mary Joy Balicer Ramirez, Annalyn De Leon Ratonel, Joylyn Espinosa Santos, Rodney Jonas Lucido Sumagi, Rogelio Estrada Villanueva Jr., Maylin Marquez, for Foreign Service Officer Class 1, Maylin Marqueses Acosta, Catherine Flores Alpay, Jacqueline Joan Santiago Arquiza, Mark Teodor Palacios Benigno, Marian Intal Bringas, Christian Sen De Colen Cabahug, Benjamin Alegado Celedio Jr., Jonathan Andrew De Cinco Chua, Estefani Alexis Arejola Cruz, Jonel Jan Santos Domingo, Bon Ryan Saltin Pereira, Jan Michael Bansil Gomez, Ana Marie May Ramos Guerra, Charlson Carolino Hermosura, Anwar Makatembel Ito, Elaine May Laruan Hernandez, Andrea Lynn Nicolas Lazaro, Lemuel Cusi Lopez, Nadine Rosario Mineke Morales, Jet Serra Olzon, Noel Loreto Rodriguez, John Paul Tapia Samonte, Foreign Service Officer Class 2, Maria Pilonila T. Alcaraz Arguelles, Bien Janine Balocating Alparo, is it Janine or Janine? Anyway, Sheila Marie Gonzalo Andales, Bea Habilinar Antonio, Jorge Philip Arcilla Arjona, Jeremiah Picasso Atento, Jeffrey Dairit Batak, Ana Clarisa Perez Briones, Lisel Jane Obra Kaasi, Miko Degamo Kabatingan, Roel Garcia Casaclang, Christy P. Cablin Conta, Paula Bel de Guzman Ebora, Jaquilu Mary Nulud Gan, Lee Damagen Gano, Emile Joseph Batoon Garcia, Maria Tanya Blanco Gaurano, Hannah Eloise Bego Go, Ramona R. Jose Buluser, Aaron Eric Aguilar Losada, Maria Lia Karen Silin Magtibay, Jose Angelo de Guzman Manuel, Louis Dane Cortez Merced, Josel Nivera Mostajo, Reisa Ledesma Olavario, Jacqueline Lim Ong, Rosa Maria Isabel Marcos Pareja, Glaiza Moya Cuarteros, Mary Fides Aparis Quintos, Francis Ramon Borja Torres, Maria Flordelisa Aspera Tuiza, and Maria Rosauro Winkler. Madam Secretary, kindly report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to the nominations and ad interim appointments of the 85 Department of Foreign Affairs officials under consideration in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and rules of the Standing Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Your Secretariat received the respective nominations and ad interim appointments of the 85 DFA officials on various dates. These nominations and ad interim appointments were duly referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the said 85 nominations and ad interim appointments were published on various dates in newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Standard, Malaya, Business Insight, and Daily Tribune, and were broadcast over PDB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. The 85 DFA officials have complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements as provided for in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, your CA Secretariat received a letter from the Human Resources Management Office of the Department of Foreign Affairs signed by Assistant Secretary Marford M. Angeles, dated 16 June 2026, addressed to the Committee Chairperson Senator Panfilo M. Lacson, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the following. 1. Senen Tiemsen Mangalili, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Cambodia. 2. Jose Francisco Ignacio, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Non-Resident Ambassador of the Kingdom of Bhutan, in addition to being Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of India, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. Chiefs of Mission Class 2, Lena Eileen C. De Dios Sison, Ambrosio Brian F. Enciso III, Jesus Enrique G. Garcia II, Emmanuel Donato K. Guzman, Mary Locke S. Hicarte, Leia Victoria Carada, Noemi T. Diaz, Career Ministers Azela G. Arumpak Marte, Rapunzel A. Acop, Lilian C. Cheng, Christine Margaret M. Malang, Rodney Jonas L. Sumage, Nomer A. Ado II, Joylene E. Santos, Foreign Service Officers Class 1, Mylene M. Acosta, Marian I. Bringas, Christian Sandy Cabahug, Benjamin A. Celidio Jr., Jonathan Andrew D. Chua, Stephanie Alexis A. Cruz, Jonel John Santos Domingo, Von Ryan S. Ferrer, John Michael B. Gomez, Ana Marie May G. R. Guerra, Charleston C. Hermosura, Anwar Makatembel Ito, Eileen May Villaruan Hernandez, Nadine Rosario M. Morales, Elizabeth P. Ramos, Judy B. Razon, and John Paul T. Samonte. Foreign Service Officers Class 2, Maria Filonila T. Alcaraz Argelias, Bien Janine B. Alfaro, Sheila Marie G. Andales, Beas J. Antonio, Jorge Felipe A. Arjona, Jeremiah P. Atento, Jeffrey D. Batak, Ana Clarissa P. Briones, Lizelle Jane O. Kaasi, Miko D. Kabatingan, Roel G. Casaclan, Christy Fe C. Conta, Paula Bel D. Ebora, Jackie Lumeri N. Gan, Lee D. Gano, Emil Joseph B. Garcia, Maria Tanya B. Gorano, Hannah Eloise G. Go, Ramona Jose Busleser, Aaron Eric A. Lozada, Maria Lia Karen S. Magtibay, Jose Angelo D. G. Manuel, Louis Dane C. Merced, Reisha Olabario, Jacqueline L. Ong, Rosa Maria Isabel M. Pareja, Glyza M. Cuarteros, Maria Fides A. Quintos, Francis Francis Ramon B. Torres, and Marisa R. Rinkler. The aforementioned officials are currently assigned at our various embassies and consulates overseas and are needed at their respective posts to continue performing vital consular assistance to nationals, political, economic, and cultural functions. The request for waiver of their appearance is also in line with the government's efforts to observe austerity. Ms. Joylene E. Santos and Mr. Charlson Hermosura, who are both currently approved vacation leave, will appear virtually at the Philippine Embassy in Tokyo, Japan, and Paris, France, respectively. Mr. Senenti Mangalile, who is currently assigned as the Philippine Consul General in New York, United States of America, is nominated as Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary to Kingdom of Cambodia, requested a waiver personal appearance in view of logistical challenges for him to attend personally. Ambassador Ignacio, who arrived in New Delhi on 1 January 2024 to assume his position as ambassador, also requested for a waiver of his personal appearance during the deliberation. This is in light of the fact that the Commission had earlier consented to his nomination on 31/2023 as Philippine Ambassador to the Republic of India, and his new nomination pertains solely to additional jurisdiction on a non-resident basis. Mr. Emmanuel Donato K. Guzman, who is currently assigned as the Acting Assistant Secretary at the Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office, requested for a waiver of his personal appearance as he is currently on official travel at United Nations headquarters in New York, attending the 36th meeting of state parties to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea from 15 to 19 June 2026. Ms. Lily Ann C. Cheng, who is currently assigned as Special Assistant to the Office of the Secretary, requested for a waiver of her personal appearance as her doctor advised her to stay at home and avoid public places for a few months in view of her autoimmune condition and compromised state. Mr. Jonel John Domingo is currently on study leave, requested for a waiver of personal appearances, is currently in the University of Oxford, United Kingdom, on scholarship duties. Mr. Anwar M. Ito, who is currently assigned as Acting Director of the Office of ASEAN, requested for a waiver of his personal appearance as he is on official travel to Siem Reap, Cambodia, to attend the Forum on Myanmar 16 to 17 of June 2026. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, there are no oppositions filed against any of the nominees and appointees. That is all, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee recommend to the plenary for the commission to give...
Not yet. Letter request. Letter request. Nalampasan niya.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, I move that the letter request for the waiver of personal appearances of the aforementioned DFA officials be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to all the nominees and appointees.
May I request the appointees and nominees to stand up and raise your right hands? Those who are online, please turn on your microphone so that the committee will hear your response. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, all the nominees and appointees are now under oath.
Shemo Senior. May I call on Ms. Josel Francisco Ignacio to take the front seat? Lalaki ba yun o babae? Online. So, who is the most senior present physically? May we invite him or her in front? Kindly identify yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honors, my name is Noel M. Novicio, currently the Philippine Ambassador to the Republic of Fiji. Your Honors, Mr. Chair, may I first express my sincerest gratitude to the President His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. for appointing me last year as the first resident ambassador of the Philippines to the Republic of Fiji, which the Commission on Appointments approved last year in September. I would like also to express my sincerest thanks to the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Maria Teresa Lazaro, for nominating me to the President as ambassador and for her trust and confidence in me. My appointment as ambassador remains one of the highest honors that I had received as a Foreign Service officer. Your Honors, with concurrence of this august body, as the first resident ambassador of the Philippines to the Republic of Fiji, I have the honor to inform you that we had established the Philippine Embassy in Fiji last January. Your Honors, with concurrence of this august body, my jurisdiction as ambassador will be expanded to include the following 6 countries in the Pacific: Republic of Nauru, the Kingdom of Tonga, the Independent State of Samoa, Vanuatu, Tuvalu, and Kiribati. As mandated by the President and the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, my priorities as ambassador will include the following: promote and protect the rights and welfare of our growing Filipino community in the Pacific under my jurisdiction. Your Honors, I'm very pleased to inform you that we have at least 2,300 Filipinos working and living in the 7 countries under my jurisdiction. Promote and strengthen our bilateral partnerships with the 7 countries and enhance our engagement with the Pacific Islands Forum, the main intergovernmental organization in the Pacific. And third, explore other areas of cooperation, including on labor mobility, technical cooperation, capacity building, agriculture, connectivity, and people-to-people exchanges. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honors.
Are there any members of this committee who wish to propound questions to any of the nominees or appointees? Kindly. Congressman Marcy Teodoro, you're recognized. Wala pa motion eh.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Simply, I would like to manifest my support to all our Foreign Service officers who are present here today and awaiting confirmation. Pero gusto ko po sanang banggitin na meron pong nominee ngayon nang galing po sa aming lungsod at kinagagalak namin at pinagmamalaki. The person of Foreign Service Officer Sheila Marie Gonzalo Andales and Foreign Service Officer Elizabeth Picar Ramos. Gusto ko lang pong ipahayag ang aking pagsuporta po for the nomination and confirmation of these 2 nominees, Mr. Chairman.
Are you actually making an omnibus motion to recommend them to the plenary? Congressman Marcy?
All of the nominees, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I would like to make an omnibus motion to recommend the nomination and eventual confirmation of all the career service officers present today and appearing before this commission, Mr. Chairman. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Congresswoman Lani Mercado is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. I would like to manifest also my support to our nominees and appointees from the DFA, especially those from the province of Cavite. It is always a source of pride to see fellow Caviteños entrusted with important responsibilities in the Department of Foreign Affairs. They are Brian Jess T. Baguio, Career Minister, resident of General Trias, Cavite. If they are present, kindly rise. Benjamin A. Celidio Jr., Foreign Service Officer Class 1, resident of General Trias, Cavite. Brian Dexter B. Lao, Chief of Mission Class 2, resident of Bacoor City. Noel M. Novicio, of course, who is in front, Chief of Mission Class 2 from Silang, Cavite. Mary Joy B. Ramirez, Career Minister, born in Cavite City, resident of Imus, Cavite, and Francis Ramon B. Torres, Foreign Service Officer, Class 2, a true-blooded Bacoreño, born and still resides in Bacoor City. I am confident that they will continue to serve with integrity and professionalism and excellence wherever their assignments may be. And I therefore also endorse all our appointees to be confirmed this afternoon. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Another member?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, are you also manifesting?
Yes, Mr. Chair, on behalf of the minority.
From Isabela?
No, on behalf of the minority, Mr. Chair, we support the motion and interpose no objection for their confirmation later.
Yeah,
Thank you.
from the chair, just a matter of disclosure. One of those recommended for promotion, Rapunzel Acop, is the daughter of a Philippine Military Academy classmate, the retired Police Major General Reynaldo Acop, and the nephew of your late colleague, no? Congressman Romy Acop. So, as a matter of disclosure, but I'm also supporting the nomination or the promotion.
Sir Chair, Senator Bongos.
Senator Bongos,
the floor.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues, and everyone here with us today. A pleasant afternoon to all of you. I extend my support for the nominations and ad interim appointments of distinguished foreign service officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Yung iba po ay nasa online, headed by Ambassador Noel Novicio. Sir, meron lang po akong isang tanong lang po sa inyo. At sa lahat,
please proceed.
Ng nakikinig. Alam niyo naman po na tuwing may digmaan sa ibang bansa, may kaguluhan, wala pong ibang natatakbuhan ng ating mga kababayan doon, mga OFWs, mga minamahal nating OFWs, mga tinuturing nating modern day heroes. Kayo po yung takbuhan nila. Kaya po tayo nag-create rin po ng Department of Migrant Workers Department. Batas na po ito para hindi na sila manawagan sa Facebook at sa iba't ibang paraan para humingi po ng saklolo. At hindi po nababayaran ang lungkot. Alam kong mas nais nilang manirahan dito sa ating bayan kasama po ang kanilang pamilya. Ngunit kailangan nila magtrabaho doon. Ang isang tanong ko lang po sa inyo, kung willing ba kayo bukas ang inyong opisina 24/7, pag may problema, katukin ang inyong opisina, gisingin po kayo para tugunan ang kanilang mga pangangailangan.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'm very pleased to inform you that it is indeed our honor to promote and protect the rights and welfare of our nationals, overseas Filipinos, wherever we are assigned. And I'm very proud to say that most of my colleagues in the DFA have the same mandate. We are open 24/7, as you correctly pointed out, Your Honor. We have hotlines. We can be reached by social media platforms. That's what we have been doing so far in my jurisdiction so far, Your Honor. So we have that honor to perform that mandate, Your Honor. Thank you.
Salamat po. With that, full support naman po ako parati sa inyo. Noon pa. Yun lang po ang parati kong paalala na bukas po ang ating opisina para sa kanilang lahat. At of course, unahin po yung interest ng bayan at interest ng bawat Pilipino. Congratulations at maraming salamat po.
If there are no more inquiries or clarifications from the members, the majority leader is recognized. Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized. Sorry.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Actually, isang tanong lamang po para sa isa sa mga foreign service officers po natin. Pero bago po noon, gusto ko rin pong kilalanin na isa po sa kinoconsider nating appointments, nomination, at buong loob ko rin pong sinusuportahan ay kay kasalukuyang Consul General Senen Mangalile sa New York, who very kindly took care of me when I had some official trips there, kasama ng mga Filipino-American na kababayan natin. At siya po ay nominated ngayon po para sa ambassador sa Kingdom of Cambodia. Isang tanong na lamang po, Mr. Chair, dun kay Sir John Paul Samonte, kung maaari po.
Kindly proceed to the front. Ambassador, you're excused. Online.
Online.
Okay.
It's all right, Mr. Chair. Salamat po, Foreign Service Officer 1 Samonte. Isang clarification lang po sa inyo at magandang hapon po sa inyo mula dito sa Manila. Nasaan po kayo ngayon, sir?
Madam Senator, I'm in Barcelona, Spain.
Barcelona. All right, sir. Yung tanong ko po, ayon dito sa information na nabasa po namin, noong 2017 na admonish po kayo for your alleged failure to supervise a subordinate who was involved in the illegal issuance of Philippine Hajj passports to 177 Indonesians. Pwede nyo lang po bang bigyan ng linaw ito sa aming komite? Para din kung malinaw na, at least it can form part of the record at hindi na muling kailangang itanong sa inyo, Mr. Chair.
Apo. Salamat po, Madam Senator, for the opportunity to clarify the matter. Ako po, ang una ko pong trabaho sa Department of Foreign Affairs ay Principal Assistant sa Passport Division sa Office of Consular Affairs. Nung panahon po na yon, 2015, alam din po ng lahat na nagpalit po tayo ng passport system. Sa ilalim po ng aming opisina, meron pong 300 po mahigit, more or less, na mga empleyado. At nung bandang huli po ay napag-alaman po namin na meron isa sa kanila na meron na po nagawa. Kami po ay na-clear naman sa lahat po ng mga proceedings at napatunayan din po na wala po tayong kinalaman po sa pagka-issue ng passport.
So mas tinanong po kayo, Sir Samonte, dahil sa prinsipyo ng command responsibility, was that it po? Dahil subordinate nyo po yung naging involved di umano dito? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Ako po yung principal assistant, the sole principal assistant for the passport division at that time po.
So sir, at least lastly, for the record, nagkaroon po ba ng recurrence ng ganyang illegal issuance ng Hajj passports, whether to Indonesians again or any other nationals from other countries?
Madam Senator, at the time na po nahuli po yung mga Indonesian, ako po mismo ang pumunta sa airport para po makita kung ano po ang nangyari. Dahil nga po kami po yung nagulat na may ganun po pala. Nung araw din po na yun ay pinatigil ng DFA ang pag-i-issue ng mga Hajj passport at pinaigting po namin yung mga requirements para siguraduhin po na hindi po mangyari po muli.
And therefore, sir, tamang hindi na po nangyari muli iyon?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, Madam Senator, awa po ng Diyos.
Alright, salamat po, FSO 1 Samonte. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reiterate the motion of Congressman Marci Teodoro earlier that the committee recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 85 DFA officials as listed in the agenda. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the ad interim appointments of 85 DFA officials as listed in the agenda. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The same is hereby approved.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I now move to adjourn the meeting.
Is there any objection? The motion to adjourn is approved. This hearing is adjourned. Tanong natin sila.
Plenary na po. Plenary na tayo. Ano lang pala yung manifestation? Sabi niya, hindi naman siya mag-object.
Sir, may singit lang tayo sa inyo. Election ni Sen Joel as assistant.
Okay.
Naka-approach po si Sen Joel sa restaurant. Tapos ito
Mag-oath siya.
as assistant.
Sino ang majority leader? Who is the majority? Si Guico? tayo. Kompleto na. Kompleto na. The plenary session of the Commission on Appointments during the special session of the 20th Congress is hereby resumed. Vice Chair Guico.
Mr. Chair, I ask that we now proceed to consider the election of the Assistant Majority Floor Leader of the Commission on Appointments.
The consideration of the election of the Assistant Majority Floor Leader of the Commission on Appointments is in order.
Sir Chair, I move to elect Senator Joel Villanueva as the Assistant Majority Floor Leader of the Commission on Appointments.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Chair, Senator Joel Villanueva is hereby elected as the Assistant Majority Floor Leader of the Commission on Appointments.
Mr. Chair, may we request Senator Joel Villanueva to approach the rostrum to take his oath as the Assistant Majority Floor Leader of the Commission on Appointments.
Dapat may bonus to. Okay tayo. All right. Oath of office, please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Joel Villanueva,
Of state your address.
of Bukawe, Bulacan,
Having nominated and elected to the position, state your position.
having been nominated and elected to the position of Assistant Majority Floor Leader
Of the Commission on
of
Appointments.
the Commission on Appointments,
Do hereby solemnly swear.
do hereby solemnly swear
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
that I will well and faithfully discharge
To the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability
The duties of my present position.
the duties of my present position
And of all others I may hereafter hold.
and of all others I may hereafter hold
Under the Republic of the Philippines.
under the Republic of the Philippines,
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
That I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated
that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated
by the duly constituted authorities.
by the duly constituted authorities,
And that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily.
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily
Without mental reservation
without mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense on the ad interim appointments of 5 generals and flag officer of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense is in order.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Jose Joboy Aquino II. So moved.
Representative Joboy Aquino II is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, I have the honor to rise on behalf of the Committee of National Defense to sponsor the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of 5 generals and a flag officer of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Following thorough deliberation, the committee found these appointees eminently qualified. These officers have devoted over 3 decades of safeguarding our sovereignty,
leading our troops through conflict zones, disaster areas, and demanding assignments. Their promotions are the hard-earned culmination of lifetime sacrifice, integrity, and exemplary performance. Furthermore, we are convened today due to the President's proclamation of a special session to urgently address the vital matters of national security and stability. I want to take a special moment to commend these 5 generals for having the patience and unwavering professionalism through this process. Your steadfastness speaks volumes about the character required to lead our armed forces. Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors, the committee is fully satisfied with their exceptional competence and characters. Let us accord them with the recognition they have rightfully earned through decades of faithful service. Mr. Chair, I move that the Commission confirm the ad interim appointments of 5 generals, flag officer of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, namely Edmundo G. Peralta, the rank of Lieutenant General.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Correct? Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Alan M. Javier to the rank of Vice General.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. The motion is approved.
Isagani O. Criste, the rank of Major General.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Niceforo M. Diaz Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Rose Watt A. Remo to the rank of Brigadier General.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Joboy, Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are a number of members of the Commission who would like to deliver their seconding speeches in support of the approved appointments. May we now recognize the gentleman from Davao and Isabela, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
We
So moved.
recognize the gentleman from Davao and Isabela, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to express my unwavering support for the confirmation of the appointees from the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Their extensive careers are a testament to their years of dedicated service and their preparedness in taking on greater responsibilities in safeguarding our citizens and fortifying our democratic institutions. As these men in uniform step into their new roles, I urge them to adhere resolutely to their core mandate to defend our national sovereignty, uphold our territorial integrity, to protect our people from injustice, abuses, and other human rights violations, and to provide vital support in times of natural disasters and calamities. It is imperative that they exercise their authority with the utmost respect for the rule of law and ensure that power is never misused for personal benefit, particularly at the expense of our most vulnerable communities. These essential duties underscore the deep trust that Filipino people bestow upon them as they don the uniform. Their impressive leadership records inspire confidence that they will serve with competence, integrity, and honor, embodying the values we cherish as a nation. Mr. Chairman, with these sentiments, I respectfully offer my full support for the confirmation and congratulations to Lieutenant General Edmundo G. Peralta, Vice Admiral Alan M. Javier, Major General Isagani O. Christie, Brigadier General Niceforo M. Diaz Jr., and Brigadier General Rosma Watt A. Remo. Mabuhay po kayo. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, next to second the motion is the gentleman from Marikina, Congressman Marcy Teodoro. I move that he be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
We recognize the gentleman, the former mayor of Marikina,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Marcy Teodoro.
Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues of the Commission on Appointments, I rise today on this August hall not simply to second the motion for the confirmation of the 5 distinguished general officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines whose appointments are now before this commission, but more importantly, to manifest my support to the confirmation of these 5 general officers. These officers have for months awaited the opportunity to appear before us and secure the confirmation that they have earned through decades of dedicated military service. Unfortunately, circumstances beyond their control, particularly the disruptions and extraordinary developments that affected the proceedings of the Senate and consequently the work of this commission, resulted in the deferment of action on their appointments. It bears emphasizing that the delay was never attributable to any deficiency in their qualifications, competence, integrity, or fitness for office. Rather, it was the result of institutional circumstances that prevented the Commission from acting on their appointments within the prescribed period. Today, we are afforded the opportunity to correct that situation. The officers whose confirmations we now consider have collectively devoted decades of their lives to the defense of the Republic. They have served in the front lines of combat operations, led humanitarian and disaster response missions, managed complex military organizations, and helped shape the modernization and professionalization of our armed forces. Their careers reflected the highest ideals of military service, duty, honor, discipline, and patriotism. Throughout their respective assignments, they have demonstrated sound leadership, professional competence, and unwavering loyalty to the Constitution and to the chain of command. In reviewing the records, the Commission staff found no derogatory information that would cast doubt on their qualifications for promotion, their professional accomplishments, performance evaluations, and service clearly established that they possess the experience, maturity, leadership expected of officers entrusted with the rank of general. More importantly, their promotions are not merely personal achievements. They are an affirmation of the merit-based promotion system within the armed forces and a recognition of the sacrifices made not only by these officers, but also, more importantly, by their families who have stood beside them throughout the years of service to the nation. Mr. Chairman, the Armed Forces of the Philippines continues to face evolving challenges, from territorial defense and maritime security concerns to disaster response and emerging security threats. At a time when our military institutions require experienced and capable leaders, it is imperative that deserving officers receive the confirmation necessary. Of these 5 general officers will strengthen the leadership structure of the armed forces and send a clear message that professionalism, competence, and faithful service are recognized and rewarded by this commission. For these reasons, and considering their exemplary records, unquestioned integrity, and valuable contributions to our country, I respectfully manifest my support, my full support, for the confirmation of the appointments of these 5 general officers. Let us finally give them the confirmation that circumstances previously denied them, but which their service to the Republic has long deserved. Mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Marcy.
Mr. Chairman, Senators Zubiri, Go, and this representation, together with Representative Paulo Ortega, Representative Wilfredo Enverga, Representative Mercedes Alvarez wishes to submit his or her and their seconding speeches in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. I just put that on record.
So recorded.
Mr. Chairman, the Vice Chairperson of this commission, Congressman Ramon Gico Jr., wanted to be recognized. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize the Vice Chairperson,
Good
Congressman
afternoon,
Guico.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I rise for the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the flag and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines under the Department of National Defense. Their years of service and proven competence in their respective fields demonstrate the professionalism and dedication required of those entrusted with leadership in the armed forces. In light of their qualifications, I second the motion confirming the ad interim appointments of the flag and senior officers of the armed forces of the Philippines under the Department of National Defense. Thank you and mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much, Congressman Guico.
Mr. Chairman, last but not the least, may we recognize the Assistant Minority Leader of this commission, no other than the gentleman from Isabela, Representative Tony Pet Albano. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize the gentleman from Isabela, Congressman Tony Pet Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, on the part of the minority, we place on record our full and unequivocal support for the confirmation of the 5 generals and flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, whose appointments are now under consideration. These officers have rendered long and distinguished service to our nation, and as such, the minority supports the favorable confirmation of their appointments and commends their dedication and sacrifices in service to the Filipino people. Mr. Chair, on the part of the minority and the Filipino people that we represent, we interpose no objection to their confirmation and so move, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Tony Pet. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. May we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the nominations and ad interim appointments of 85 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, before we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, may I respectfully move that the letter dated 16 of June 2026 from Assistant Secretary Marford M. Angeles of the Human Resources Management Office, Department of Foreign Affairs, requesting the waiver of personal appearances of 63 officials in the department for the reasons therein stated be approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Panfilo M. Lacson. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
We recognize the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Panfilo Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. May this representation ask for your kind consideration to yield the floor to the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Representative Tony Pet Albano. I'm currently under the weather due to continuing stress since May 11 up to last night. So please forgive me, Mr. Chairman, and I already asked the permission of Tony Pet Albano to deliver the sponsorship. Thank you.
I commiserate with you, Senator Lacson. Like you, I'm also under extreme stress since May 11. So thank you very much. We recognize Congressman Tony Pet Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am here to distress everyone anyway. Mr. Chair, I would like to make an omnibus motion to recommend to the Commission the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of 82 officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs, consisting of 5 officers who are promoted to the rank of Chief of Mission Class 1, and 9 officers promoted to the rank of Chief of Mission Class 2, and 12 officers promoted to the rank of Career Minister, and 24 officers promoted to the rank of Foreign Service Officer Class 1, and 32 officers promoted to the rank of Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Namely, Mr. Chair, the nominations are Josel Francisco, 85 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Chair. I stand corrected.
Okay.
The people are Josel Francisco Ignacio, Chief of Mission Class 2.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Senen Tiemsin Mangalile, Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Cambodia.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Noel Mangawang Novicio, Class of Mission Class 2, as Non-Resident Ambassador to the Republic of Kiribati, the Republic of Nauru, Independent State of Samoa, Kingdom of Tonga, Tuvalu, and the Republic of Vanuatu, in addition to being Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Fiji.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And Chief of Mission Class 1, namely Edgar Barario Badajos, Robespierre Livelo Bolivar, Emilio Torres Fernandez, Ann Halando On Luis, and Zaldi Bayanin Patron.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And for the confirmation of Chief of Mission Class 2, namely Lea Victoria Trinidad Carada, Lena Aileen C. De Dios Sison, Noemi Tan Diaz, Maria Luella Chang Duarte, Ambrosio Brian Fruto Enciso III, Jesus Enrique Guanzon Garcia II, Emmanuel Donato Koch Guzman, Mary Luck Santos Sicarte, Brian Dexter Burgos Lao, and Career Ministers Rapunzel Aglipay Acop, Nomer Blevens Ado II, Azela G. Arumpak Marte, Brian Gestillo Baguio, Lily Ann Cheng, Ria Eugenio Gorospe, Christine Margaret Mendiola Malang. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader, are there any manifestations or speeches?
Mr. Chairman, some of our colleagues would like to second the motion by giving their seconding speeches. May we recognize Representative Lani Mercado, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we recognize Congressman Lani Mercado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues of this commission, I rise to manifest my full support for the confirmation of the appointments of our distinguished career diplomats. We live in a world where countries are more connected than ever. What happens in one part of the world can quickly affect the lives of Filipinos here at home. The recent global oil crisis reminds us that events beyond our borders can influence the prices we pay, the cost of transportation, and the everyday lives of our people. This is why the work of our diplomats is so important. While our soldiers defend our sovereignty on the front lines, our diplomats defend our national interests across negotiating tables, international organizations, and foreign capitals. Their work often happens away from the public eye, yet their efforts open doors for trade and investment, protect the welfare of Filipino overseas workers, strengthen our partnerships with other nations, and help prevent conflicts through dialogue. Tahimik mang ituring ang kanilang gawain, malaki ang kontribusyon nila sa ating bansa. As they take on greater responsibilities, we remind our diplomats that wherever they may serve, they carry not only the Philippine flag, but also the hopes and aspirations of the Filipino people. Sa bawat pakikipag-ugnayan, unahin sana nila ang kapakanan ng ating bayan. To our career diplomats, thank you for your dedication and faithful service. Congratulations on your well-deserved promotions. We wish you continued success as you serve our country with integrity, professionalism, and patriotism. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lani Mercado. I believe that Congressman Tony Pet has have some more confirmations to manifest.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I beg your indulgence. It was just given to me that the list is not complete, and so I would like to reiterate that other confirmations are Mary Joy Balecer Ramirez, Anneli De Leon Ratonel, Joylyn Espinosa Santos, Rodney Sumage, Rogelio Villanueva Jr., in the Foreign Service Officer Class 1, Milen Acosta, Catherine Alpay, Jacqueline Arquisa, Mark Penigno, Marian Bringas, Christiansen Cabahug, Benjamin Celedio, Jonathan Chua, Stephanie Cruz, Jonel Domingo, Von Ryan Ferreira, Jan Gomez, Ana Marie Guerra, Charlson Hermosura, Anwar Ito, Elaine Laruan Hernandez, Andrea Lazaro, Lemuel Lopez, Nadine Morales, Jet Olfato, Elizabeth Ramos, Judy Razon, Noel Rodriguez, John Paul Tapia Somonte, Foreign Service Officer Class 2, Filonila Arguelles, Bien Alfaro, Sheila Andales, Bea Antonio, Jorge Arjona, Jeremiah Atento, Jeffrey Batak, Ana Briones, Lizelle Casi, Miko Kabatingan, Roel Casaclang, Christy Conta, Paulo Ebora, Jackie Lugan, Ligano, Emily Garcia, Maria Guarano, Hannah Go, Ramona Jose Bulicer, Aaron Lozada, Maria Magtibay, Jose Angelo Manuel, Louis Merced, Jose Mastajo, Reisha Olivario, Jacqueline Limong, Rosa Pareja, Liza Cuarteros, Mary Quintos, Francis Torres, Maria Flor de Liza Tuiza, Marisa Rosauro Rinkler. I submit, Mr. Chair, the additional nominees for confirmation in this nomination.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved. Any more manifestations?
Yes, Mr. President, may I acknowledge give gentleman from Marikina, Congressman Marcy Teodoro.
We recognize Congressman Marcy Teodoro.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues of the Commission, twice today for the confirmation and my support to the following chiefs of mission, career foreign service who have been appointed. These distinguished officials have dedicated many years of professional lives to the advancement of Philippine foreign policy, the protection of our nationals overseas, and strengthening of our country's relations with the international community. Their appointments are not only recognitions of tenure, but acknowledgments, integrity, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to public their respective careers But the Foreign Service, they have represented the Filipino people with dignity and honor in various diplomatic posts and assignments here and abroad. At the time when the Philippines continues to navigate complex global challenges, including geopolitical tensions, recovery, migration concerns, nations, and the welfare of the millions of overseas Filipinos, we require seasoned diplomats who possess institutional knowledge, management, and deep understanding of international relations. The nominees before us embody, or the appointees before us embody these qualities. Their collective experience reflects the strength and professionalism of our career Foreign Service Corps. They have worked tirelessly to uphold Philippine interests, promote constructive engagement with our nations, with other nations, attract opportunities economic cooperation, and ensure that the voice of the Philippines remains respected in the global arena. Equally important, these officials have demonstrated loyalty to the Constitution, fidelity to duty, and adherence to the highest ethical standards expected of members of the diplomatic service. Mabuhay po kayo sa Department of Foreign Affairs at maraming po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Marcy.
Mr. Chairman, Representatives Paulo Ortega, Wilfredo Enverga, Mercedes Alvarez, and Senators Zubiri, Go, and this representative to funding speeches in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. In this regard, may I move that written seconding speeches of the other members as manifested on the floor likewise be incorporated in the journal of today's session. Oh, I failed to mention also the Vice Chairperson of this commission, Representative Ramon G. Jr. So move.
Yes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Chairman, at this juncture and on the part of the minority, may we recognize gentleman Representative Alan T.
The gentleman from Isabela, Congressman Alan T.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, on the part of the minority, we support and interpose no objection to the confirmation of the appointments of 85 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman.
The manifestation of the Minority Leader is duly noted.
At this juncture, there are no other matters to discuss.
Is there any objection? Here's none. Is hereby adjourned. May we confess to ascend the rostrum for their
How are you, Senator Alan? How are you, Senator Alan? Yes, I did. Kamusta kayo, sir? Kamusta ka kanila? We're brothers. At the end of the day.
Yes, I talked to Senator.
Dito tayo. Dito tayo.
Ako sa sakit ba eh.
Okay na, di ba?
Pero ako, hindi ako binitawan ng online. Diyan, abangan nyo na lang. Sige, thank you din. Message lang pala kang stress yata. Patay mo muna ito. Patay mo ito. Yung palawakan. Sige. Yung muna yun, ha?
Ay, nung Monday.
Brother, na tayo yung ano pa, buhay ko ah. Ang galing pala. Sige. Kami tatok na BNC. Hindi mo na. Parang galing pa si Steve. Galit pa ba? Parang hindi na kinapang ah. Hiram-hiram ako sa'yo, tapos kukunin mo agad. Yun o, yun. Ang galit pa.
Huwag ka na, William.
Kaya mo na mawalan ako ng audio. Hindi, winala niya kaya ako na, binigtilanggal eh.
Pinataktak doon po. Doon pala, mayroon pa pala doon, dalawa pa yung bakante.
Kapagay, hindi mo nasaksak to eh. Kasi parang may ano tayo kanina eh, kaya ano, kanina.
Ha? Wala nang time kanina.
May ano kaya kanina eh, parang siguro may ano na sa atin kasi dalawa ng white.
Merong grounded.
Grounded, may grounded. Sa atin.
Ito, hindi grounded. Bakit ko wala siya? Pinto ang ano dyan.
Uy.
Kuya, pinto talaga.
Hindi sila bulat yung magsaksak.
Oh, ganyan mo.
Oh, para sa lahat yan. Oh.
Michael, ako sa kahapon pa pala.
Hindi, nabili na lang yan.
Si Louie bumili.
Louie, lahanap ka nga eh.
Paano nalalap? Kinuha yung susi sa akin. Hindi dalawa siguro hindi ko klaro. Ito yung niligaw. Kinuha yung susi kasi wala nang gagamitin. Dutong doon sa hapon na ako niya. Tapos pagdating ko doon, yung kami, yung reporter ko, may live. Parang ano nang hindi puro. Diba? Diba kung hindi na reporter na yung mag-live? Wala ko na. Inambos ba?
Igamos sila ito kay Bobo sa labas.
Sino? Oo.
Mga cellphone.
Dami na namin sila. Dalawa na kami reporter. Pag nakita ko tayo ng reporter.
Mga cellphone ng grabe na natin. Cellphone ng grabe. Hindi nilingin pornography. Pornography po. Cellphone ng grabe. Criminal, retrial, impeachment.
Hindi pa.
Pwede patanggal mo na kasi nag-hang yung aking camera. Ayaw magbasa ng magbasa ng sticker.
Check, check, check. Sound check.
Sige, sige. Para
Tingin lang ako. Hindi ako nagpo-focus.
Dila-dila. Dila-dila lang. Hindi ngumuya.
Baka itong mali yung sinasabi. Uy! Pag ganun.
Hindi nga ngumuya eh. Dila-dila.
Si Emo. Senator Villanueva, the 13th Senate.
Kailan ba?
Presidente. Tahimik na. Ano yun, meron gusto mong paiwatig yun si Emo. 13th Senate, 13th. Budas ang ganito. Diba?
Budas, yes.
Emang. Si Emang. Emang. Caption niya, Senator General Villanueva, the 13th Senator. Ilagay na ito, nag-take ng oath. Siya naman talaga. Gusto nung magtrabaho ng tao. Caption. Trabaho lang. Trabaho lang. Trabaho. Work. Work. For brothers.
Ayaw. Yurik ko. Baka mo ba pa yurik mo kung ba't kasi?
Tingin lang kasi.
Oo.
May pwedeng pa. Huwag kang kakain.
Dila lang.
Dila.
Dila. Yun?
Ako na yung sandali. Blurred lang. Tapos din. Sino? Mga 13 senator yung nilagay mo din sa caption mo. Asa pa yung mga takso? Ikaw yung gusto na sabihin.
Pag 13 mo sa mundo na.
Crazy ah. Ugas ko na. Ikaw, 13
Pag 13 siya. Kaya nag-majority.
Ikaw ah. Parang pang ugas na. Kaya crazy ah. Ilang dalam ba? May patay ka ba sa kanya? May kailangan rito. Dito ako muna. Ay, ito ko muna. Ito ko sa labas? Dito na dyan. Daming kanina.
Magiging ano ka dito, magiging vlogger.
Wala magamit sa buka mo eh.
Hindi nga nagagamit yung camera dito. Malaki. So, press ko lang.
Saan nung una yun? Session resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, earlier this morning, when we had our resumption of session, we approved on second reading the bill of Senator Risa. This is the Magna Carta for Barangay Health Workers. We still have one member who wishes to just propound a bit more amendments. So I move for its reconsideration, Mr. President, with the permission of the body.
Yeah. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize once again the sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to make their propose her amendment is no other than Senator Pia Cayetano.
We recognize the gentle lady from Panay, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to propound amendments, gentle lady from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Will Her Honor be willing to hear this representation's proposed amendments?
Definitely, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, because earlier this morning, Her Honor put on record that no amendments were submitted. None may have been submitted, but our name is on the list to propound amendments. So thank you to the Majority Floor Leader who was gracious enough to allow us to still propose our amendments.
You're welcome, Mr. President. I made of record earlier that
I
there
thank
were...
the Majority Floor Leader, not Her Honor, because Her Honor closed the period of amendments despite our name being there.
Well, Mr. President, just to reiterate, in this morning's session of the special session, I made of record that there were no more committee amendments and no other colleagues had submitted proposed individual amendments. And I said repeatedly, more than once, that if the body allows, that I would respectfully move to close the period of amendments. And that is also why, Mr. President, this afternoon, when the Majority Leader asked me on behalf of the gentle lady from Taguig and Pateros to reopen, I readily agreed. Because my interest, like any other member of the chamber, is to move our bills forward. And if this afternoon the gentle lady is desirous to present the amendments, then by all means, I gave way to the reconsideration, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
I'll just remind the body that the practice is usually staff to coordinate if there's a name on the list, because sometimes the person who made the reservation would waive their right, and that's quite common, or sometimes they would submit their amendments, or sometimes they would ask for a later time. So on that note, I'm ready to proceed.
Yes, Mr. President.
On page 1, line 14, after the word services, delete the period and add a comma, then insert the phrase, thereby advancing the Philippines' commitment under the United Nations 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development, parenthesis, SDG, close parenthesis, particularly SDG 1, parenthesis, no poverty, close parenthesis, SDG 3, parenthesis, good health and well-being, close parenthesis, and SDG 10, parenthesis, reduce inequalities, close parenthesis. We submit, Mr. President.
Mr. President, that sounds very all right, and in principle, I'm ready to accept that. May I just request, I don't have a copy of the proposed amendments, so I can be guided in accepting these proposed amendments, Mr. President. If the staff of the gentle lady could also provide my staff a copy so we can be guided, Mr. President.
Maybe request the staff of Senator Pia to, if there's a guide so Senator Risa can follow the amendments. Or we can just flash it. Maybe we
Yes,
can,
thank you, Mr.
If
President.
we have something that we can
I
flash.
think it would be best to flash so
Yeah.
everyone can follow.
Yeah. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Actually, Mr. President, these are very simple, straightforward amendments, so we don't have a ready copy to share, but I can read, in the interest of moving it along, I can read the amendments, and Her Honor can check it. If there's any issue with it later on, then in the same way that we reopen, Her Honor can check. Because honestly, they're very straightforward. They're just principles which, knowing how we all have a common interest in supporting the strengthening the work of the barangay health workers, I really don't foresee that there's anything controversial. Again, happy to present, but I don't have it in a form that is presentable right now. So, because I'm reading, I don't read a script. I look at the bill and then I read my amendments. That's all I
There,
have.
it's already
There, okay.
flashed.
So maybe as we go line by line, there will be time to prepare it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. That would have been fine. And in fact, yes, I have that copy already also po. And as I said earlier, yung unang pinropose na amendment ng gentle lady, it already sounded okay. But this is even more helpful now to have this matrix. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Has this been
What does
accepted?
the sponsor say?
So to the
amendment?
To the first proposed amendment, Mr. President, in Section 2. Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Next amendment, Mr. President, is on page 2, line 3. After the word development, insert the sentence, the state further recognizes that BHWs are critical drivers in achieving the SDGs as they serve as the primary health safety net for the most vulnerable, marginalized, and far-flung communities. We submit, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Page 6? What's next? Page 6. Okay. Next amendment, Mr. President, is on page 6, line 30. After the word field, semicolon, delete the word end. And still on the same page, line 32, after the word development, period, delete the period and replace it with a semicolon and add the word end after the semicolon. And after letter E, add a new letter F, providing technical support for the use of digital health tools and telehealth platforms in the performance of their duties. We submit, Mr. President.
Sorry, Mr. President, I'm following the matrix. What section is that in?
I think
Page
section 11.
6.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. President,
Letter
sorry, I
F.
see it in section 11.
Letter D.
Yes po. So after the words "and professional development."
Yes.
Yes,
That is
accepted.
correct.
Accepted,
Any-
Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Meron pa. Our next amendment is on page 8, line 27. Delete the word end, and on the same page, on line 31, after the word duties, delete the period and replace it with a semicolon, and then add the word end, and add a new number 3, which shall read, psychosocial support and mental health services, recognizing the emotional, psychological, and physical demands inherent in frontline community health service. The DOH, in coordination with concerned LGUs, shall ensure that all registered BHWs, whether volunteer or employed, have access to psychosocial support and mental health services appropriate to their role and circumstances, which shall be in accordance with Republic Act number 11036, otherwise known as the Mental Health Act. We submit, Mr. President.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you, gentle lady, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to Senator Pia, and I've worked with Senator Pia on many education bills. Lagi niyang pinapaganda at sinasharpen yung mga bills natin. Kaya maraming salamat sa amendments and interventions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments hereby closed.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
President.
President.
Thank you also to our colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, and the sponsor, Senator Luis Ontiveros. With that, I move to approve on second reading, subject to style, Mr. President, the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned bill is hereby approved on second reading, subject to style.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Move to suspend consideration of the same. We consider Senate Bill number 1511 under Committee Report number 15.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Hospital detention. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that this is the hospital detention measure. We are, of course, against hospital detention of the patients. Anti-hospital, that's right. Thank you for clarifying, Senator Pia. It's the anti-hospital detention bill or act, Mr. President. And we'd like to recognize the sponsors, Senator Luis Ontiveros, and our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, to propound the amendments, Mr. President. We're in the period of amendments, just for the information.
We recognize the gentlelady from Panay, Senator Luis Ontiveros, and to propound her amendments, the gentlelady from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the information of the body and to remind the sponsor, when we were in the period of interpellation, this representation agreed that we close the period of interpellation on the condition that we would be able to propound questions during the period of amendment to help us formulate the proper amendments and to also enlighten the body on the issues, because for the record, this bill amends the law that this representation sponsored 15 years ago. So I also congratulated the sponsor during my first amendment that the first time I made amendments, that it is high time that we review this. So I'm supportive of this, but I just need to be able to propound these clarificatory questions, because I hope the body will engage with us, because I think it requires a whole of body approach in solving this issue. Because the next issue I'm going to take up might have a very big impact on the financial constraints of government. So if with her honor's permission, can I proceed?
Yes, Mr. President.
So we will start now on section 2, which is...
Just to put everyone on the same page, we provided a clean copy to the body dated May 19. So
Yes, Mr. President.
so that will be the base bill that we'll be referring to.
Okay, so I would like to bring the body up to speed. No, the current law requires that there is a promissory note that is executed by the patient, and the reason for this, dear colleagues, is because a lot of the private hospitals, they do not have endless cash flow. They are also running a business. Karamihan po niyan mga single proprietary owners na mga doktor mismo, and they also have to pay for their staff, for their lab technicians, for they have to cover all the investments they made, the purchases of their equipment, etc. So the reason that the law requires a promissory note, kasi hindi naman din kayang saluhin ng mga private hospitals yung yung hospital bill ng mga pasyente. Sino magbabayad, di ba? I mean, common sense po sa lahat ng kahit sari-sari store ka, kahit anong negosyo mo, at some point somebody has to pay the bills. So ang law natin as it stands may promissory note, but the proposed amendment of the sponsor is provided that no promissory note shall be required of indigent patients who have been endorsed by the Medical Social Services Office of the hospital, medical clinic, or any similar facility to the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Provided further that those patients who are partially recovered shall sign a waiver undertaking that they are assuming the risk of the consequences for requesting for discharge despite having not fully recovered. So ang question po natin sa sponsor natin, magkano ho ang impact nito sa ating private hospitals na wala ng promissory note? Magkano ba ang normal? Her Honor can answer in any way she would like based on the data that she has. Ilan ba ang indigent patients natin na pumapasok sa DOH hospitals? Because for now, pag DOH hospital, sabi ng DOH at ng PhilHealth, wala nang babayaran. Yun ang zero balance billing. ZBB. Zero, I was gonna say zero sum, parang iba namang concept yun. Zero balance billing, ZBB. So yan ang DOH hospitals. And then, na-cover na ba yung LGU hospitals? Hindi pa? Hindi pa po, parang nagpa-pilot pa lang. Okay, so yung question natin, when this was first brought up, I think we were deliberating the budget. Alam ni Senate President yan kasi siya yung chairman ng ating Committee on Finance. Yung question is, paano naman yung mga LGU hospitals? Kasi if you are a patient, you do not even distinguish between a DOH hospital and an LGU hospital. Basta you will go to a hospital that is near you and that can take care of you. So hirap na hirap yung mga mayor na masabi sa pasyente na, ay hindi ka namin covered kasi hindi kami DOH. LGU, yung pasyente, ha? They do not understand that distinction because in their mind, this is a public hospital. Sabi, ZBB. So later on, nag-clarify ang DOH na DOH hospitals lang. And then now, my understanding is they are piloting some LG hospitals. I might have some numbers. I will also be happy to share what I have. But I believe it is incumbent upon the sponsor who is now proposing na wala ng promissory note kasi sino ang sasagot nito? Ang concern ko is we are partners, public and private institutions are partners in delivering health service in this country. So we do not want to see these private hospitals shut down because wala na hong magbabayad ng kanilang mga bills. I don't know if there are arrangements that have been made already prior to the passage of this bill to ensure that these private hospitals will be paid. Because even the LGU hospitals, nandun pa lang tayo sa dry run, or ang tawag doon? Pilot testing. So I give the floor to Her Honor to enlighten us because I would love to be able to support the needs of the indigent patients. But I also don't want the private hospitals to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, I also share that particular concern of the gentle lady from Taguigan Pateros. As to her first question, kung magkano lahat-lahat ang magiging financial implications sa mga ospital kung maipasa natin itong batas na ito. Unfortunately, there's no concrete data of the universe of that amount, but at the very least, pwede nating sabihin na variable yung fees, no? The fees range from as low as 50,000 pesos to 1 million pesos per patient. Depende sa kaso. Then of course, we would need to multiply that to come up with the range, multiply that with yung pangalawang tanong ng gentle lady kung ilan lahat yung mga indigent patients ang hindi nakakasettle ng bills nila under the current system. And before I go to ano yung kapalit ng current system proposed in this bill, I would just like to note, Mr. President, na because of this concern being raised by the gentle lady, kaya alam ko rin po na Senator Joel will also propose amendments in terms of transparency of billing and charges dahil sa cost variability na ito. Alright, then dako na po ako, Mr. President, sa kung hindi na magpapatuloy yung kasalukuyang promissory note system, ano naman ang kahit papaanong mga garantya o reassurance sa mga ospital na they will be eventually paid. The bill proposes at least 5 which may be used either singly or in combination with each other. So the promissory note or yung katumbas ng promissory note shall be secured by any or a combination of the following: a mortgage over real or personal property of the patient, a relative, or a co-maker. B, a guarantee of a co-maker who shall be jointly and severally liable. C, a deed of assignment. Dito, importante, Mr. President, Gentlelady, yung papel ng mga government financial institutions. A deed of assignment of the loan proceeds or benefits entitlement from the Social Security system or the government service insurance system in case the patient is an active member thereof. D, a guarantee letter from the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office, and in the case nga po of indigent and financially incapacitated patients, a guarantee letter from the Department of Social Welfare and Development or the Department of Health. So, at least in the interim, Mr. President, between when dapat ma-discharge na yung indigent patient kahit may balanse pa siya sa bill and the time na mako-compensate nga yung ospital, ito po yung nakitang mga kapalit na mala promissory note o garansya para sa kanila, Mr. President.
Mr. President, perhaps the sponsor can enlighten me because, with all due respect, yung binasa niyo po is Section 2, which states the promissory note shall be secured by any or a combination of the following. Yun ang binasa nyo. So this is, the promissory note will be secured by these items, yung inisa-isa nyo. What you told me is ito yung mga kapalit ng promissory note. Hindi ho yan ang nakasulat sa bill ninyo, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, it will be a different system. Kung dati the indigent patient and his or her family were on their own to execute a promissory note kahit wala or kulang na kulang ang anumang collateral. Here, there is a promissory note in their name but backed up not by them all by their loan sum, pero itong mga social protection and government financial institutions natin. And without leaving this topic, if the gentlelady wishes to pursue it, just relating to anong po nila na magkanong magiging cost implications, lalo na sa mga private hospitals, kung maipasa yung batas na ito.
So babalikan, sorry, just so for clarity lang,
Yes.
binabalikan niyo yung unang question ko kasi yung question natin ngayon is your response to me.
Yes.
So which one first? Because
sabi
hindi pa
ko po,
tayo-
Mr. President, na without leaving this topic, just para hindi
So,
ko
balikan natin
malimutan.
yung sa numbers.
Yes,
Okay,
I just
sure.
want to add
Okay.
yung sagot ko kanina dun sa isa sa mga naunang tanong ng gentlelady na to use proxy data, if private hospitals are claiming 7 to 10 billion pesos from PhilHealth, then at least for purposes of discussion, we could assume around that amount yung implication sa kanila kapag maipasa itong batas. So that 7B to 10B worth of payments due sa kanila ay ipasasalo natin sa ganitong bagong sistema. And then, again, mindful of the...
Can I comment on that one?
Yes,
Kasi
Mr. President.
otherwise, either I'll comment on this now or
Yes.
ililista ko lang kasi...
It's all right, Mr. President.
Sige. So,
the gentlelady may
her
proceed.
Honor's theory is that based on the claim of private hospitals to PhilHealth, and her Honor said it is 7 to 10 billion, yan yung ina-assume ng ating sponsor na amount that is needed to cover indigent patients?
Yes, Mr. President.
Saan ho nanggaling yung figure na yon?
From PhilHealth, Mr. President, with this
What is the exact line item for that? Because I've sponsored the budget of PhilHealth and maraming hinihingi ang PhilHealth. So, hindi ko kayang tanggapin na yan necessarily ang pang-indigent because the record also shows napakaraming indigent patients who don't bother going to the hospital because alam nilang wala silang pangbayad. So this is probably the bill for lower middle class or middle class patients who cannot even cover the bill. Hindi pa yata ito yung sa indigent. So we have to be clear if we are going to mention numbers that this definitely covers the sector that we are referring to. Yun lang naman yung reason kung bakit nagtatanong ako ng numbers kasi nakakatakot magpasa ng batas na to at batas ko to at gusto ko naman talaga siyang pagandahin na hindi tayo clear sa figures natin, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm just pulling up the disaggregated data for which we came up with this proxy data of a range of 7 to 10 billion pesos. And I will be giving that to the gentlelady during this interpellation or this period of amendments. Additionally, Mr. President, before returning to the latest concern of the gentlelady, mindful of the apprehensions and reservations raised by the good senator from Taguig and Pateros regarding the possible cost implications to government, the sponsor wishes to place on record that the provision is anchored on the availability of medical assistance programs of various government agencies as provided under this bill na binanggit ko nga, Mr. President, as well as, of course, the continued implementation of the government's zero balance and no balance billing policies. And in line with this, the sponsor is likewise inclined to accept the proposed amendment of the good senator from Taguig when she proposes it, requiring the Department of Health to establish the criteria for indigency and the requirements necessary to qualify for the said exemption at a later time, Mr. President. So the latest concern of the gentlelady was...
So Her Honor made a statement that there are other ways the bill intends to support the indigent patient. And Her Honor mentioned letter A, B, C, D, E. Sabi nyo, 5 po yun. Ang sinasabi ko po sa inyo, kindly educate me because yung sinabi nyo, wala yan sa bill. Ang naka-enumerate dyan na 5 items are... It says the promissory note will be secured by any of the following. So may promissory note pa rin. So Her Honor is simply addressing dalawang sitwasyon natin. Sino ang kailangan magbigay ng promissory note at based dun sa dito sa amendment nyo, the indigents will no longer be required to execute a promissory note. Tapos dinagdag nyo, pero ito yung mga pwede nilang gawin. Wala nga ho yun. Yung sinabi nyo, wala sa bill nyo. Ang nasa bill ay yung mga 5 items that are used to secure a promissory note. So that covers the people who need to pay a promissory note. So Her Honor has to clarify this because it's not, what she's saying is not in the bill.
Actually, Mr. President, it is in the bill. In fact, in answering this question, nag-take off po ako dun sa page 3, line 17, section 2, na kinwote ng gentlelady from Taguig and Pateros. And kaya tinalakay ko po yun na in lieu of the current promissory note system, it's still called the promissory note here, pero hindi na po yung solong mga collateral o ano pa mang meager resources na meron yung indigent patient or family ang magsisecure niyan. Ang magbaback up na po nun ay yung mga social protection agencies at saka government financial institutions natin tulad ng SSS, GSIS, PCSO, DSWD, DOH. So in effect, the promissory note, if I may just complete this last sentence, the promissory note will no longer be issued by their lonesome nga po ng indigent patient and family, then bahala na sila sa buhay nila kung paano i-honor. In a way, it will be for the benefit of the hospital na mayroong, hindi yung mahirap na iyon, pero may government institutions na nagsisiguro sa kanila na you will be paid, Mr. President.
Should we suspend? Because what Her Honor is saying is not written in the bill. So I don't know if
We
Her
may
Honor
suspend,
would
Mr. President,
like
but-
me to approach and try to explain. Because I understand what Her Honor is trying to say. What I'm saying is it's not written in the bill.
Mr. President,
you can
we
ask
may
your
suspend.
staff because it's not written in the bill.
We may suspend, Mr. President, but it is actually written in the bill, and I was
Kindly read it.
quoting the gentlelady
Kindly read it
when I
into the
responded to her
record.
question.
Then read it into the record because yung binanggit niyong 5 items, nandyan nakasulat yan. But line 27, section 2, line 27 says, the promissory note shall be secured by any or a combination of the following. Yun nga kung binanggit nyo, nandyan yan. But it says a promissory note will be secured. My question was, paano mabubuhay ang mga ospital kung wala ng promissory note? Hindi nyo pwedeng ibato ito kasi ito sabi, the promissory note will be secured by the following. Perhaps Your Honor would like to make an amendment that says that in lieu of the promissory note, kasi yun ho ang sinasabi ninyo. Ang sinasabi ko, hindi nga ho nakasulat. So would you like to propose? Because we are happy to study and support. But hindi nga ho nakasulat yun. Yun lang naman ang puntos ko. Hindi pwede kasi yung intention natin, hindi klaro sa batas.
Well, that's why I'm glad, Mr. President, that we are in the period of amendments because this representation is very open to proposed amendments, including subject to style, to not just improve the content of the bill, pero klaruhin ang crystal clear kung ano po yung intent niya. So no problem with that, Mr. President.
Yes, and that is what I'm doing by using the period of amendment to make the interpellations. I am making it known to the sponsor that what she is saying is not in the bill. So I believe if yun po ang intention ng sponsor, then kayo po ang isulat niyo po yun kasi kayo ang nagsabing yun yung gusto niyong gawin eh. Di kayo po ang magsulat nun and we will be happy to review it kasi hindi ko po amendment yun. Ako yung nagtatanong kung ano ang gagawin ng ospital kung wala siyang promissory note. So sabi niyo ito. So tinatanong ko saan nakasulat yun?
No problem, Mr. President. We can improve this in this very period of amendments.
Thank you. Tapos balikan ho natin yung expenses, no? I can suspend and Her Honor can look at her numbers because I will also be presenting numbers. Her Honor also mentioned 50K to 1 million per patient. So does Her Honor intend to, kasi yun yung unang binanggit nyo, so does Her Honor intend to come up with a number based on those, that range of expense that Her Honor mentioned? Kasi kailangan nga natin ng number because we have to find out where will we get this amount to support naman these private hospitals. Otherwise, this is a disaster because ang mangyayari, pipila lang sila sa Malacanang, magmamakaawa sila na wag ipasa to. Sayang naman yung effort natin dahil we all have the same intention. Pagandahin yung health system natin. Wag ma-detain ang mga tao, masuportahan ang mga indigents, but we have to know our numbers before we make this kind of amendments. And one more on that section, so maybe we can take a break so we can work on this section.
Before we go on to the one more point of the gentlelady, Mr. President, definitely this is not going to turn out to be a disaster. The whole point of the bill, as the gentlelady herself has said, is to amend and update the original law. And that is why we are in the period of amendment to further improve it, Mr. President.
The only reason I use the word disaster, Mr. President, because time and again, the small private hospitals have practically kneel down in front of us, begging us for support. So pag pinasa natin to, hindi dahil sa hindi natin kinonsider yung burden sa kanila, then disaster yun para sa kanila. At kung disaster yun para sa kanila, disaster yun sa healthcare system natin because we are partners. Yun lang naman ang sa akin. We are partners, public and private. May mga lugar, and again, the Senate President is listening intently. Thank you because alam nyo din to. There are areas where there are no public hospitals. So, private hospital yung inaasahan mo doon. Tapos, kung yung mga indigent patients, sabi natin, magpapasa tayo, wala nang promissory note. At again, forgive me kung hindi ko lang naiintindihan. Kaya nga sabi ko, please feel free to point it out and educate me kung saan dyan nakalagay. Ano ba yung in lieu of the promissory note na matatanggap ng ospital? Kasi kung wala, mababaon sila sa utang, magsasara sila. And that threat has happened many times. Alam ni Senate President yan. Ilang beses yan hindi lang nag-threaten. Some of them really closed. During the pandemic, they closed because PhilHealth was not fast enough to reimburse them for the expenses that they incurred during the time. Marami hong nagsara. So I'm just banking on experience to ensure that what we pass is a responsible response to this issue. So before I leave Section 2, ang idadagdag ko is, did Her Honor take up during the hearings this possible amendment na lahat ng indigent patients wala ng promissory note? Na-take up ho ba yan sa hearing so that you would be able to hear the concerns of the different sectors, including the small private hospitals, the small clinic owners, yung mga lying-in clinic. Maliit lang ang singil niya na pag nanganak ha. I'll try to pull out that number. It's not a huge amount because it's just a lying-in clinic, overnight pag nanganak. So pag indigent, the amendment now is lahat ng indigent patients wala nang babayaran. Wala nang promissory note. Sorry, to be clear, wala nang promissory note. So, was this taken up during the hearing so that marinig natin yung side nila?
No, Mr. President, it wasn't taken up to have no promissory notes. The change, Mr. President, was that, as I mentioned earlier, hindi na po mag-isang mag-i-issue ng promissory note ang mahirap, kahit sapilitang magkakabit siya ng kakarampot na nga na pagmamayari niya bilang di umanong collateral. Ang magbaback up na po ng promissory note, which is now more a document for the benefit of the hospital, ay ito nga pong mga social protection at saka government financial institutions na binanggit ko po kanina.
So, ang ibig niyo, so two things I want to establish. Number one, hindi nyo nga na-take up yan, pero ang impact nito napakalaki sa private hospitals. Wala silang chance na marinig ang side nila kasi hindi yan na-take up during the hearing. Ang sa akin naman po, I understand, no? May liberty naman po tayo mga parliamentarians na ma-take up sa floor ang mga iba-ibang amendment. Naintindihan ko naman po yun. Pero pag napakabigat nung impact, it's either na-take up yan sa hearing or bibigyan natin sila ng time na mabigay din nila yung posisyon nila dito. Kasi sobrang laki talaga ng impact sa kanila. Please give me the number of private hospitals. 864 private hospitals. There are 864 private hospitals spread out all over the country. And like I said, there are certain areas where there are no public hospitals. So ang tatakbuhan lang ng tao, private hospitals. So kung hindi sila narinig sa hearing, sana man lang marinig din natin yung posisyon nila on this issue. And before, as I said, I leave Section 2. Your Honor
if
keeps
the gentlelady would allow,
Of
before we
course.
move to another
No, I'm not leaving yet.
point.
I have another point on Section 2.
If I may just respond to this latest point. I did not say po na hindi inimbita ang mga private hospitals. We did invite them to the hearing, and as far as we can remember, they had no opposition to changing the promissory note system, and in large part changing it by backing it up, hindi sa collateral ng mga mahihirap na, kundi yung guarantee at financial capacity ng mga government financial institutions at saka social protection agencies. Ang sinabi ko pong hindi ay hindi natalakay ang isang no promissory note system. But did we invite the private hospitals? We did po, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. Maganda namang clarification yon kasi magandang napapakita naman natin na naimbita naman. Pero yung topic na yan, hindi na pag-usapan. And if Her Honor, again, may clarify, ano ho ba yung version ng bill na natalakay doon? Yung no promissory note sa indigent patient, sabi ng ating sponsor, hindi natalakay. How about yung no promissory note to senior indigent patients? Natalakay yata yon. Tama ho ba ako?
Yes, Mr. President, tinalakay po para sa senior citizens.
So ang pagkakaintindi po natin, and again, correct me if my understanding is wrong, ang na-bring up at ang alam ng mga nag-attend ng hearing is that i-consider yung no promissory note sa senior indigent patient. Kaya lang, pagdating na sa committee report, naging indigent patients lahat na. Kaya nga pati yung example ko na maternity lying in clinic, kasama na rin po dyan. Ang laki rin ho ng tama nila. When I said 800 plus hospitals, Yung sinabi kong 864 na establishments, mga ospital po yun. Hindi pa kasama dyan yung lying in. Baka mas marami pa. So that's why I'm just asking, do we know? And I'm not a stickler for kailangan na take up yan sa hearing. Pero ang sa akin, I am a stickler for narinig ba natin yung concerns nila at yung side nila. If merong mag-advocate for them here, that's okay. If the sponsor has information that can assure us that protected din naman yung interest nila, that hindi naman sila mababankrupt, open naman din po tayo doon. That's the only reason I bring it up, Mr. President. Now,
Yes, Mr. President, I do appreciate that. And kaya nga po, the bill, gusto niyang i-bring in yung financial power at stability ng mga government financial institutions natin, including nga po the pension institutions and the social protection departments. Additionally, Mr. President, looking at page 4, lines 14 to 17, yun po yung letter E dito po sa section 2 natin, assumed po doon yung coverage for the indigent and the financially incapacitated. Kasi nga po nakalagay dito, in lieu of a promissory note, a guarantee or a reference letter from DOH or DSWD ang mag-assume. So, as the gentlelady and I were starting to discuss earlier, we can, in this period of amendments, clarify the wordings to assume that promissory equals guarantee. So, a promissory note is a guarantee note of these agencies and institutions of government. So, sa ngayon, no promissory note for senior citizens, but this representation is anticipating, or it has an amendment from the Senate President na ang mako-cover all indigent patients. And I'm very willing to, I support that. So, the amendment po, yung covering all indigent, I would accept. And that is also why, Mr. President, we are accepting, again, to reiterate, we are accepting the proposed amendment of the gentlelady for DOH to put eligibility criteria in recognition of her concern. And in fact, I already accepted that, Mr. President, last month, for the record.
And for the record, I have no issue covering indigent patients. I am just asking for the financial data so that we are assured that when we go into the budget debates, we will have the full support of all our colleagues to support this amount because mababankrupt nga ang mga private hospitals. And again, I am very willing to hear the numbers to ensure that hindi sila mababankrupt kasi yun lang naman yung objective natin, Mr. President, to ensure that we have a healthy health ecosystem na buhay ang ating private health institutions at nandyan yung mga support na kailangan nila. Kasi bago nga itong factor na dinadagdag natin. It's new. It's new. It does not exist now. Indigent patients are required to provide a promissory note, which means they have the legal obligation, to be clear sa mga nakikinig, they have the legal obligation to cover that amount. That is the meaning of a promissory note. You have
Yes,
a legal
Mr.
backing
President.
to cover that amount. So, I understand what Her Honor is saying, that she has these government agencies that will provide, and Her Honor even mentioned letter E on the next page. Wala hong problema yon, pero I will just end this point, Mr. President, and ask Her Honor to read line 27, which is on page 3. Line 27 lang po, hanggang 30, kasi marami namang nakabura doon eh. Let's put it on record.
The gentlelady would like me to read it. So, page 3, lines 27 to 30, the promissory note shall be secured by any or a combination of the following.
And is Her Honor, is my understanding correct that yung the following na yan nga po yung 5 na binanggit nyo? Tama ho ba ako?
Tama po, Mr. President.
So, anong binasa nyo? The promissory note shall be secured. So, we are talking about a situation where there is a promissory note involved. And what I have been trying to say, Your Honor, is for the indigent patient, it is your amendment that says that line 17, would Her Honor like to read? I can read it, she can read it, but that is your amendment, Your Honor. Line
Yes,
17.
Mr. President, provided that no promissory note shall be required of indigent patients who have been endorsed by the Medical Social Sciences Services Office of the hospital, medical clinic, or any similar facility to the Department of Social Welfare and Development. And just to reiterate, Mr. President, earlier, sinabi ko na rin po na we can clarify wordings to assume promissory equals guarantee. So it could be a guarantee note. Saka wala rin naman pong changes sa Mr. President, assuming sa budget allocation dahil nasa loob naman ng DOH at DSWD budgets yung MAIFIP at AIX respectively nila. Yun po yung intent din sa bill na to.
Mr. President, Your Honor just read line 17, no promissory note shall be required of indigent patients. So paano sila mag-a-avail nung nasa line 27 nga na pinasa nyo? Yun nga yung provision that requires a promissory note. It simply elaborates what can be, what security is allowed. Yun lang yung pinopoint out natin. Kasi Her Honor keeps on pointing to the alternatives to a promissory note. Wala nga hong nakasulat sa batas nyo na ganon because Section 27, which you just read, Her Honor just read into the record, refers to the security of a promissory note.
That's
So
why,
you
Mr.
might require
President,
another provision, Your Honor. I am just trying to put into words your intentions kasi kayo ho ang may intention na ito eh.
although, Mr. President, as I already mentioned earlier, yung in terms of yung wording, yung language ng bill, pwede na nga pong palitan yung promissory note with guarantee note just to indicate nga na hindi na po ito yung kasalukuyan, hindi nga dating kasalukuyang sistema na sapilitang pinapapirma yung mahirap na pasyente o pamilya niya ng promissory note. Kahit halos wala siyang maidikit na collateral dyan. So if it makes it clearer, change promissory note to guarantee note. And of course, kung saan sa bill nag-a-appear yung salitang promissory, papalitan din ng salitang guarantee note. Ang importanteng pagbabago, Mr. President, ay pinapasok na po natin yung financial backing nitong mga pension systems at nitong mga government agencies, nitong mga government financial institutions, na ito yung magsaspare dun sa mahirap na pasyente at pamilya niya na sapilitang magpirma ng promissory note. Ito rin yung assurance sa ospital, pati yung mga private hospitals na definitely mababayaran sila. Kung tama po yung estimation po namin na 7 to 10 billion pesos ang financial implication, particularly sa mga private hospitals. Certainly, pag sinuma natin yung financial might nitong nakalista sa 5 letters dito, kakayanin po nilang garantiyahan yan. And yan ang assurance na mababayaran ang mga ospital sa mga serbisyong ibinibigay nila sa mga indigents, Mr. President.
With the kind permission of Senator Pia, the way I understand it, dalawa po yung categories, may indigent and non-indigent. Ang indigent, hindi na po pwede mag-issue ng promissory note. Dito papasok si DSWD para to assure the payment to the hospitals. For non-indigent, pwede pa rin mag-issue ng promissory note backed by the 5 different guarantees. So, in
Maaari
other
po,
words,
Mr. President.
I think that's the way it's structured.
But that is correct.
Yeah. So, I think ang suggestion ko ho is to make it very clear that for indigent, it's the government that will assure the payment to the hospital so that yung operations nila, I see the point of Senator Pia, hindi ma-hamper yung operations nila. I think that should be stated clear in the bill. Para kung ako man si hospital, walang promissory note, si government na will step in and pay for my arrears.
Yes, Mr. President, and will do to make it clearer. Pero salamat din sa pagbanggit kahit yung mga non-indigent, halimbawa yung mga middle class. Minsan, kahit middle class po ay maaring kapusin. So, this could be like a range of financial buffer para sa mga pasyente. Yung mga indigent talaga, at least masasandigan nila itong mga institusyon. And yung non-indigent, if necessary at kung magkakwalipika sa mga criteria, maaring mag-avail of din kahit partially. Pero syempre, alam naman po natin ang pinakamadalas na de-detain dahil may bill or may balanse pa sa bill ay yung mga mahihirap. So sila po yung aasahan sana natin dito sa 5 nakalista.
Yeah, well, I suggest for the indigent, good sponsor, malista natin yung DSWD, DOH, PhilHealth, even PCSO, yung mga government institutions who provide assistance so that kung ako yung hospital, alam ko, assured din ako na mababayaran din ako. Yun ang, I think Senator Pia is correct in saying, pag maliit ka, wala ka ng, you rely on your cash flow eh. Pag mawawala yung cash flow na yun, mahirapan sila to continue with their operation. And we'll provide some suggestions to that effect.
Salamat, Mr. President. So ngayon pa lang, I could see 2 possible conditions na isasama natin or criteria. Kapag indigent patients, no promissory note. And for other patients, maaring may promissory note pero backed up pa rin by the 5 securities bilang guarantee sa ospital. And I thank the good Senate President for those for that additional guidance. Mr. President, we could suspend for the moment so that we can fix the provision with the staffs, both of the good gentlewoman and the Senate President.
Yeah. So with that,
Yes,
yeah.
but what I thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Senate President, because that's exactly what I was trying to say.
All right.
I was just pointing that out, that it is not clear where that money will come from. And what we have not established is what is that amount. Because I am prepared later on when we resume to show that the amount I have is much more than, I think Her Honor said 7 to 10 billion, if I'm not
5
mistaken.
to 7 billion pesos.
5 to 7. The
Mr.
numbers I
President.
have are much bigger. I just want to study it a little bit more because it's not my goal to prolong this. I also want to
Tama,
pass
7
this.
to 10,
Pero
sorry.
I want to be responsible about this. Otherwise, I will have to make a reservation in the passage of this measure because when the budget time comes, or even before that comes, mark my word, pipila ang ating mga private hospitals to object to the passing of this. And we don't want that. No, we want them to know that it's a Senate that listens to the people and passes responsible bills. Thank you, Mr. President, for your clarification.
Just correct my last note, Mr. President. 7 nga po, 7 to 10 billion pesos.
My numbers are
Thank you,
much higher, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Or even later, yeah.
Suspend, yes. Thank you.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, allow our sponsor, together with Senator Pia Cayetano, to discuss further the amendments with the staff on the staff level. I move to suspend first consideration of Senate Bill number 1511. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Lauren Legarda for
We
manifestation.
recognize the gentlelady from Malabon and Antique, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you very much. First time I'm addressing Senator Sherwin Gatchalian as Senate President. Congratulations once again for a very hard-working, dedicated, brilliant, disciplined public servant. So congratulations.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes, Mr. President, on behalf of the minority, may I manifest for the record that Senator Alan Peter S. Cayetano shall serve as the minority floor leader. Likewise, the minority members' presence here. This is without prejudice to the final resolution of the case currently pending before the Supreme Court. And this manifestation is to ensure the orderly discharge of the functions of the whole Senate as an institution and the minority during the pendency of said case. Thank you.
So recorded. Majority Leader.
May we recognize, Mr. President, our distinguished colleague, Senator Bam Aquino.
We recognize the gentleman from Tarlac, Senator Bam Aquino.
Mr. President, mga kababayan at kapwa ko Pilipino, noong 8 ng Hunyo, 2 kabataan na puno ng pangarap, 2 atleta ng Ateneo de Manila University Men's Basketball Team, sina Rene Clert Baterbonia at Divine Adili, ang binawian ng buhay sa isang off-campus activity sa Aurora. Noong nakaraang Huwebes, nabisita po natin ang magulang ni Rene. At sa gitna ng lungkot, dalamhati at galit, iisa lang po ang kanilang hiling, ang katotohanan. Ano ba talaga ang nangyari sa kanilang anak? At sa palagay ko po, kung ito po'y nangyari sa kahit sino sa atin, ito rin naman po ang hihingin natin. At higit pa dito. Ang trahedyang sumapit kina Rene at Divine ay nangangailangan ng kalinawan at katotohanan. At para po sa magulang, pamilya, kaibigan at komunidad ni Rene at Divine, posible pong maging espasyo ang Senado upang lumabas ang katotohanan sa mga pangyayari sa araw na yon. Sa pagdinig na ito, suriin po natin ang kasalukuyang polisiya ng DepEd, ng CHED, ng mga sports and athletic rules, regulations and standards po nito. At ang lalabas po mula sa pandinig ay maaari ring makadagdag sa ating panukala na Safer Schools Act. Kaya hinihiling po namin na atasan ng Committee on Basic Education at Committee on Justice na isagawa ang isang pagdinig at pagsiyasat ukol sa trahedyang ito. Para po sa katarungan, para po sa kaligtasan, para po sa ating kabataan, at syempre po para kay Rene at Divine. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Can you write it down?
Mr. President, I move that the manifestation and the speech of the good gentleman from Tarlac and Republic of the Philippines be referred to the Committee on Basic Education and Justice. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we refer, kami rin po ay nakikiramay po sa pamilya po ng 2 nasawing Ateneo basketball players, si Rene Baterbonia at si Divine Adili. At kami po ay nakikisa at nakikiramay po sa pamilya ho nila. At nakakalungkot po dahil nakita ko po yung talento ni Rene at consistent na nagiging MVP siya sa iba't ibang paligsahan. At nakakahinayang dahil napakalaki po yung kanyang potensyal at mabibigay po na karangalan sa ating bansa. So nakikiramay po ko sa kanilang pamilya. We refer this to, upon the request of the good sponsor, we refer this to the Committee on Basic Education.
Based Basic Education and Justice, Mr. President.
Basic Education and Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just some housekeeping matters. Earlier, we elected in the morning members of the committees. We had not, or we rather had elected the deputy majority leaders afterwards. So now I have to read them once again because it's not counted, Mr. President, and the committee membership. So if you will bear with me, Mr. President, with the designation of Senator Ejercito and Villanueva's deputy majority leaders, I move to elect the following members on the part of the majority. I'll just restate these, Mr. President. For social justice, there are 5 members of the majority and 4 members of the minority. And on the part of the majority, we would like to add Senator Lapid and Senator Ontiveros. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you. And of course, as I mentioned, the deputy majority leaders, Ejercito and Villanueva, are members as well. For the part of the Energy Committee, Mr. President, there are 8 majority and 7 minority. I'll move to elect the following members of the part of the majority. Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Aquino, Senator Pangilinan, and Senator Raffy Tulfo, with the 2 deputy majority leaders as also members. And we'd like to designate Senator J.V. Ejercito as Vice Chairperson of the said committee. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I'm only reading the members. The members na. Yes, we'd like to also manifest for the record, with the permission of Senator Risa Ontiveros, that in the Committee on Health, Senator Bongo be made a vice chair, Mr. President.
So recorded.
Thank you. For the Committee on Trade and Commerce and Entrepreneurship, I move to elect the following members. Here we have majority of 6 members, minority of 5 members. On the part of the majority, Senator Escudero, Senator Lapid, Senator Pangilinan, and of course the 2 deputy majority leaders. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
These are just memberships, Mr. President. I'm no longer reading the chairmanships. The chairman already, for the record. This is just for the memberships. Mr. President, for the Committee on Agriculture, there are 9 members of the majority, 8 members of the minority. I move to elect the following members of the part of the majority. Senator Ontiveros, Senator Aquino, Senator Lapid, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Escudero, and the 2 deputy majority floor leaders, Senator Ejercito and Senator Villanueva. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, for the Committee on Science and Technology, there are 4 members of the majority, 3 members of the minority. I move that we elect the following members. On the part of the majority, of course, we already had elected the chairperson, Senator Bamakino. Members are Senator Pangilinan, Senator Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On the part of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, there are 5 members in the majority, 4 in the minority. And this is, of course, headed by Senator Kiko Pangilinan. I move to elect the following members: Senator Lacson, Senator Ontiveros, and the 2 deputy majority leaders, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, on the part of the Committee on Rules, which yours truly is heading, I move to elect the following members on the part of the majority: Senator Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, on the part of the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, there are 6 members of the majority, 5 in the minority. I move that on the part of the majority, of course, the chairperson, Senator Risa Ontiveros, the members are Senator Bamakino, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Ejercito and Senator Villanueva. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, on the Committee on Ways and Means, which I believe Senator Lacson is the chair, there are 8 members of the majority, 7 in the minority. The part of the majority, we have Senator Bamakino, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and Senator J.V. Ejercito and Senator Villanueva, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
We also have we're designating Senator Bamakino as the Vice Chairperson of the said committee.
Duly recorded.
And also for the Committee on Health, as I mentioned earlier, we already designated Senator Ejercito as Vice Chairperson and also Senator Bongo.
Duly recorded.
For the Membership of the Games and Amusements, we have 6 in the majority, 5 in the minority. The chair, of course, is Senator Lito Lapid. I move to elect the following as members of the majority: Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Escudero, Senator Lacson, of course, Senator Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And we designate Senator Erwin Tulfo as Vice Chairperson of the committee.
So recorded.
Mr. President, on the Committee on Ethics, of course, this is headed by Senator Tito Soto, our Senate President pro tempore. There's 4 in the majority, 3 in the minority. On the part of the majority, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Lacson, and Senator J.V. Ejercito, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the Committee on Public Services, there are 7 in the majority, 6 in the minority, and it's headed by Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move to elect the following members: Senator Lapid, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva as members, and we designate Senator Ejercito as Vice Chairperson of the committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Let me just go back to the Committee on Ethics. Senator Soto wants to have Senator Pangilinan as his Vice Chairperson of the committee. For the record.
Yes, any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you. We have also elections of the new committees of new members. On the Committee on Economic Affairs, move to elect Senator Risa Ontiveros as chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs. And on part of the majority, elect the following members: Senator Lacson, Senator Aquino, Senator Pangilinan. Of course, and the 2 deputy majority leaders, Senator Ejercito, Senator Villanueva. We'd like to also manifest the designation of Senator Lacson as Vice Chairperson of the committee. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, on the part of the Committee on Environment, there's 9 members in the minority, 9 members in the majority, 8 in the minority. We move to elect Senator Raffy Tulfo as chairperson, and on the part of the majority, we elect the following members: Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lapid, Senator Escudero, Senator Aquino, Senator Lacson, and Senator Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva. And we move also to designate Senator Escudero as Vice Chairperson of the committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, for the Committee on Public Order, of which Senator Lacson is the presiding committee chair, there's 6 in the majority, 5 in the minority, and I move to elect the following members: Senators Erwin Tulfo, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Ontiveros, and Senator J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva, and designate Senator Soto and Senator Ejercito as Vice Chairpersons of the committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, on the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement, there are 5 members of the majority and 6 members in the majority, 5 in the minority. We move to, and this is headed by Senator Chis Escudero. On the part of the majority, we'd like to elect Senator Aquino, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and Senator Villanueva. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to elect the members of the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation. We move to elect Senator Vicente Soto III as chairperson of the committee. And the part of the majority, elect the following members: Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and Senators Ejercito and Villanueva. And also manifest the designation of Senator Ontiveros as Vice Chair of the committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On the Committee on Higher and Technical Vocational Education, I move to elect 2 additional members of the committee. On the part of the majority, Senator Hontiveros and Senator Lapid, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And Mr. President, on the part of the Committee on Finance, upon the instruction of the chairperson, I manifest to designate the following as vice chairpersons: Senator Pangilinan, Senator Aquino, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Villanueva, and Senator Lacson.
Is there any objection? Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Any other matters?
Okay, Vice.
Oh, yes. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Session suspended. Nahabol ba yung AX? Okay. Good. So pwede nang basahin yung Bicameral Conference Committee.
Mr. President, ready to resume.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move to consider to take up proposed Senate Resolution number 453, and the Secretary is directed to read the title of the resolution without prejudice to inserting to the record the full text thereof, Mr. President.
A resolution informing the House of Representatives that a quorum is present in the Senate and that this body has entered upon the exercise of its functions to act on urgent legislative measures and to allow the Commission on Appointment to convene and act on appointments made to the Cabinet, the military, and the Foreign Service in accordance with the Constitution, applicable laws, rules, and regulations in a special session called by President of the Philippines pursuant to Proclamation number 1318 dated 15 June 2026.
Mr. President, I move to adopt Senate Resolution number 453.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senate Resolution 453 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move to consider proposed Senate concurrent resolution number 11. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure without prejudice to inserting the full text thereof.
Concurrent resolution creating a joint committee of both houses to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress has convened its first special session and there being a quorum, said Congress has already entered upon the exercise of its functions.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the Senate concurrent resolution number 11.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move to just, with the indulgence of the body, we suspend for just one more minute. That is a very important measure. I think it was one of those that the President had included in his message to the House and the Senate for the special session. And it's a LEDAC measure. So in a few minutes, mabubuo na po yung signature, we can ratify this. So I move to suspend for
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know we were waiting for the AIX BICAM, but we have some information from the chairperson. May we recognize our distinguished colleague from Palawan, the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Erwin Tulfo. for
We
his
recognize the gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, Majority Floor Leader. Nais ko pong i-anunsyo dito po sa plenaryo ngayon na yung inaantay po natin na yung AIX Bill, yung Assistance for Individual in Crisis Situation, na dapat po sana ay ma-ratify natin ngayong hapon, ay hindi po muna matutuloy. Ang sa kadahilanan po na ayaw pong pumirma ng ating counterpart sa mababang kapulungan. Dahil po sa ilang probisyon at tila hindi po sila natutuwa doon po sa kasama sa provision na yon ng AIX, ang anti-EPAL section. Ibig sabihin po na dapat ang pagbibigay ng AIX o ayuda ay wala ng kasamang politiko o siya mismo ang nagbibigay ng ayuda sa mga tao na ang pondo ay galing sa DSWD. Na sa totoo lamang po ay hindi naman po pera ito ng politiko, ito po ay pera ng taong bayan. Ito po yata, Ginoong Pangulo, ang hindi po natutuwa ang ating mga kasamahan sa bababang kapulungan. Kaya ayaw po nilang pirmahan at kailangan pa daw pag-aralan. So ito na naman po tayo, matetenga po ang batas na ito. Kaya nga po, ano man po ang gawin natin, lahat po tayo dito sa Senado ay pumirma na po para ma-ratify na ito. Ayaw naman po ng ating mga kasamahan sa bababang kapulungan. Sana po ay magbago pa kanilang isip dahil ito naman po ay para sa interes ng mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Isang tabi po muna natin ang interes natin, ang interes ng grupo, pansariling interes. Unahin po natin ang kapakanan ng mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan ng tulong. Yan lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Actually po, yung anti-EPAL provision, hindi ho bago yan. Dito po sa 2026 GAA, mayroon na ho tayong special provision, courtesy ni Senator Lacson. Siya po ang nag-present at nag-propose nung anti-EPAL provision in the 2026 GAA. So itong pinapropose po ninyo ay in-institutionalize lang, no, itong anti-EPAL provision. So maganda ho mapag-usapan to sa mga susunod na BICAM conference meeting para mapag-usapan mabuti. Pero hindi ho ito bago at ito ay kasama po sa mga reformang in-implement ho natin dito sa 2026 GAA.
Hindi po sila natutuwa, Ginoong Pangulo, na ito po ay ma-institutionalize o maging isang ganap na batas na pagbibigay ng ayuda dapat po ay wala ang mga politiko dahil ito na rin po ang hinihingi ng mga kababayan natin. Dahil lumalabas po ito ay ginagamit ng mga politiko lalo na pag malapit na ang halalan ang pagbibigay ng ayuda ng mga politiko. Subalit, ayaw po ng ilang mga kasamahan po natin sa mababang kapulungan. Kailangan pa po yata nila, Ginoong Pangulo, na sila mismo ang mag-aabot ng ayuda bagamat hindi naman nila ito pondo. Hindi naman po nila itong personal na pera. Kaya doon po sa dalawang mambabatas po natin sa mababang kapulungan, sana po mapag-isipan ho ninyo sa mga darating na araw na hindi po ninyo pera, yung pamimigay na yan, pera po ng taong bayan, dapat po ang DSWD lamang ang mamigay niyan at hindi kayo ang dapat nagbibigay dyan. Kung yun ang inyong gusto, na pagmumukha ninyo ay makita ng sambayanan ang pagmumudmud ng pondo ng taong bayan, mahiya naman po kayo dahil hindi nyo po pera yan, pera po ng taong bayan. Yan lamang po, Ginoong
Maraming
Pangulo.
salamat. I'm sure po sa BICAM pag-uusapan ho yan at nakikita ko naman po na maganda po yung layunin ng proposal po ng ating Senado. Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Unfortunate that we're not able to ratify this measure, but I'm sure we can hopefully ratify this when we get back after the synergy break. Mr. President, just one last housekeeping. We'd like to also elect the members of the Committee on Accounts, whose chairperson is Senator Ping Lacson. The majority has 7 members, the minority has 6 members. I move to elect the following members of the Committee on Accounts. On the part of the majority, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lapid, Senator Aquino, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and we designate Senator Soto as the vice chairperson of the committee.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
We also have the 2 deputy majority leaders with us there, Senator J.V. Ejercito and Senator
So
Villar.
recorded.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we are all ready to hear the address of the new Senate President of the Republic of the Philippines. Mr. President, we'd like to recognize the Senate President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Magandang gabi po sa lahat. Mga iginagalang kong kasamahan sa Senado, mga kababayan, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Una sa lahat, taos-pusong akong nagpapasalamat sa aking mga kapwa-senador sa tiwalang inyong ipinagkaloob. Tinatanggap ko ang tungkuling ito ng may buong kababaang loob at malinaw na pagkaunawa sa bigat ng responsibilidad na kaakibat nito. Humarap ako sa inyo bilang kapwa lingkod bayan. Handa akong makinig, makipagtulungan at ibuhos ang aking buong lakas upang gampanan ang tungkuling ipinagkatiwala sa atin. Ang pagkakataong maglingkod bilang Senate President ay hindi pangkaraniwang karangalan. Ito ay araw-araw na panawagan na maging huwaran sa paglilingkod. Higit sa lahat, ang tungkuling ito ay pananagutan sa Senado, sa ating saligang batas, at sa sambayanang Pilipino. Sapagkat ang tungkuling ito ay hindi tungkol sa iisang tao, kundi sa pangangalaga sa isang institusyong dapat magsilbi sa bawat Pilipino. Patid ng buong Senado ang panawagan ng mamayan, magtrabaho ang lehislatura, tugunan ang mga suliraning kinakaharap ng ating bansa, at unahin ang tunay at agarang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Naririnig namin kayo. Sa gitna ng mataas na presyo ng langis at bilihin, epekto ng lindol sa Mindanao, banta ng Super El Nino at iba pang mahalagang usapin, iisa ang inaasahan ng taong bayan. Malasakit, aksyon at resulta. Kaya ngayong araw, nananawagan ako sa lahat ng aking kasamaan sa Senado, mayora man o minorya, na magsimula tayo muli. Magkaisa sa paglilingkod at harapin ng sama-sama ang mga hamon ng ating bansa. Maaaring magkaiba ang ating mga pananaw, ngunit iisa ang ating misyon, ipagtanggol ang batas at maglingkod sa bayan. Iisa ang ating layunin, alagaan ang kapakanan ng bawat Pilipino. As we take on the urgent work before us, let us reclaim our sense of purpose and move the Senate forward with discipline, fidelity to our mandate, and commitment to the Filipino people. Ang nais natin ay isang Senado para sa tao, isang Senado na bukas sa pakikipag-usap, isang Senado na nakatuon sa solusyon. Sa bawat Pilipino, ito ang aming pangako. Magtatrabaho ang buong Senado para sa inyo. Muli, maraming salamat sa inyong tiwala. Sa abot ng aking makakaya, paglilingkuran ko ang institusyong ito at ang ating bayan ng may buong paggalang, sipag at katapatan. Mabuhay ang Senado, mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
Congratulations, Mr. President. And we're very happy and moved that we finally can go back to work. We thank our dear colleagues for their sacrifices all this time, of course. And I just like to personally put on record my deep appreciation to Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Chis Escudero, and to all the members who took their time out to really be present here in those trying times, Mr. President.
Likewise, I
And,
would like to thank
And the accomplishments today, Mr. President, for all those who came to session, we were able to pass three bills on third reading, about 3 measures for second reading. We ratified 1 measure today. We were able to do the appointments of the generals and foreign service officers and ambassadors, Mr. President of the DFA. So, and then we elected the committee memberships and we elected the committee chairmanships. Marami po tayong nagawa. In one day, we were able to do a lot of work. And we thank all the members who are present here today, both from the majority and from the minority, Mr. President.
Likewise, I'd like to thank Senator Joel Villanueva. Magkasama na po muli ang kambal ng Senado. Marami na ulit magkakamali ho dahil magkahawig ho kami. At maraming salamat.
Pero hindi pa rin po tayo pipigil na maghanap ng kadate mo, Mr. President. Dahil maawa naman ako ngayon sa secretariat. Baka hindi sila makakauwi ng maaga, hindi lang staff mo. So, with that, Mr. President, I move that the first session of Congress and the first special session of the 20th Congress on the part of the Senate be adjourned sine die.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Oh, wait. I withdraw my motion, Mr. President. I move to suspend. I move to suspend just 1 minute because
Session
we have
suspended.
good news from the House.
Tama, Joel.
Sayang, ratify na lang natin.
Yeah, dyan na. Sa bycam na lang. Bycam na lang raw. Oh. Tanong mo yun si Erwin. Si Erwin mag-decide. Yeah. Iba-ibang info eh. I think pinakamaganda. Why don't they just sit down and...
Gusto mo na yan, ha? Sabi na natin. Gusto niya mag-masturbate yung ano, Ready to resume.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, we recognize the chairperson on the Committee on Social Justice. I think he'd like to give a brief manifestation. But we recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo, Mr. President.
We recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Mr. Chair, while we waited for several minutes for our counterpart, the lower house, to sign that AIX bill, unfortunately, we are on a deadlock. Ayaw pong pirmahan at gusto po nilang nakikiusap po na pag-aralan pang mabuti ang ilang probisyon ng nasabing panukalang batas. Partikular po ang Section 17 kung saan nakasaad po doon na bawal po ang politiko mamigay ng ayuda, lalo na po ng DSWD. Pag-aralan daw po nila doon. Hindi ko po maintindihan kung ano pa pong pag-aaralan pa. The section says, clearly specifies na bawal po ang isang politiko na mamigay ng ayuda na galing po sa DSWD mismo. Yun po yung pinagkatatalunan po namin kanina pa po. Unfortunately, we end up nothing. And we waited for them. They also waited. Pero meron pong ilan sa kanila na ayaw pong pirmahan ito dahil kailangan pa daw pag-aralan. Hindi ko maintindihan, Ginoong Pangulo, ano pong pag-aaralan doon? Is it because natatakot po sila na finally, after so many years na ginagamit itong AIX na ito para gamitin sa pamumulitika, ititigil ng batas na ito? What is wrong with that, Mr. President? I don't see anything wrong. na pagbabawalan ng politiko na mag-distribute ng pondo na DSWD for his personal gains? Well, I don't see the logic, Mr. President. Number one, hindi po natin pondo yan DSWD, AX na yan. Hindi po dapat ginagamit ng mga politiko yan. Dapat ang DSWD ang namimigay lang yan o ang executive department, ang Pangulo, dahil siya po ang head na lahat ng agencies. Ito po ang nagiging problema, Ginoong Pangulo. So, nais ko na lamang po siguro pag-usapan po natin sa bicameral conference po ito, BICAM, para ma-ironed out to itong mga gusot na ito. Pero ito lamang po ang Section 17 na ayaw po nila at pinapaalis po na hindi naman po tayo pumapayag dahil inaprubahan po natin dito sa Senado na ilagyan po yung clause na yan. At ginawa na po natin yan last year during our BICAM sa budget. Sinama po natin yung clause na yan na walang politiko ang dapat mamigay ng ayuda. Ginagawa lang po nating batas na ito, Ginoong Pangulo, ayaw po na lang pirmahan, ayaw po nilang aprubahan. Kailangan daw muna nilang pag-aralan. Ano ang pag-aaralan dito, Ginoong Pangulo? What is there to study, to review? Na yung politiko wala doon sa pamimigay ng ayuda. Dahil mapopoliticize na naman, magagamit na naman sa eleksyon, sasabihin na naman ng taong bayan, political patronage, para ikaw ay sunod-sunuran sa politiko na yan. Kung hindi mo iboto yung politiko na yan, kung hindi ka bobo, hindi ka makakatanggap ng ayuda sa politiko na yan. Matagal na po kasing ginagamit yan eh. Matagal na, Mr. President. It has long been a practice. Ako ay naririnig ko na ho yan na laging ginagamit po yung AX na yan sa pamumudmod sa mga kababayan natin, ang kapalit po ng kanilang boto. We are trying to stop that tradition or whatever you want to call it, trying to stop that practice na wag nang magamit ang AX ng mga politiko. Bagkos dapat ibigay na lang sa mahihirap, Mr. President. And I'm sorry, Mr. President, that all of us waited for several hours hoping that our counterpart would approve that. Unfortunately, it did not happen today. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And mas tama ho kayo, Senator Erwin, na mas magandang pag-usapan to sa BICAM, no? Para face-to-face BICAM, para makita natin kung ano yung kanilang mga dahilan. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Raffy Tulfo, just for the record, also would like to insert into the record his co-sponsorship speech of Senate Bill number 2272. This is the expanded National Nutrition Program.
So inserted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our dear colleague, Senator Christopher Bongo, I move to elect him as chairperson, with the permission, of course, of the members of the minority, as chairperson of the Committee on Sports and chairperson of the Committee on Youth, Mr. President, for the record.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And because he is the chairperson of the Committee on Youth and the Committee on Sports, he would like to avail of just a few minutes of our time to give a privileged speech on the death of his kababayan, taga Mindanao, my kababayan as well, taga Agusan po, itong yung isang ang player ng Ateneo, si Rene. And may we give him the time to do so, Mr. President.
We recognize the gentleman from Davao City, Senator Bongo.
Salamat, Mr. President. Chairperson po ako ng Committee on Sports since 2019 at bilang isang atleta rin po ay napakasakit po sa akin na makita na isang 18-year-old na basketball player na naputol po yung kanyang pangarap, hindi lang po sa kanyang sarili, kundi para sa kanyang pamilya. I would like to associate myself with the earlier manifestation of Senator Bam Aquino. At ngayon po, since na-elect po muli as chairperson ng Committee on Sports, ako po'y lubos na nakikiramay sa mga naulilang pamilya at mga mahal sa buhay ni na Rene Clert, Bobet Baterbonia, and Divine Adili. na nasawi sa kasagsagan ng kanilang basketball training sa Dipakulaw, Aurora. Bilang isang Mindanaoan, atleta at basketball player mula pa noong aking kabataan, at miyembro rin po ng Senate Sentinels dito, ating back-to-back champion po sa UNTV Executive Division. Masakit po para sa akin ang pangyayaring ito. Hindi dapat maging kapalit ng pangarap ng isang atleta ang kanyang buhay at kaligtasan. I filed Senate Resolution number 449 expressing my profound sympathy and condolences to the of the Senate to the family of the athletes. Personal ko din po tayong nakikiramay sa kanilang pamilya. Binisita ko po noong June 13 mismo sa Davao. Pakiramay tayo sa kanyang pamilya. At alam kong mababasa po itong resolution July na pagbalik natin sa bago magsona. Kaya kinuha ko na po yung pagkakataon na makapagsalita ngayong araw na ito. Nananawagan rin po ako sa kaukulang ahensya ng gobyerno at mga organisasyon na magsagawa ng agaran at kumpletong investigasyon upang matukoy ang tunay na pangyayari. As of today, may report po ang CIDG na hindi po ito aksidente. Ang gusto nating malaman kung ano talaga yung totoong nangyari. The truth. Maraming katanungan ang kailangan sagutin upang makamit ang buong katotohanan. Kaisa ako sa paghahangad na malaman ang lahat ng katotohanan. In this light, I also filed Senate Resolution 450 urging an inquiry into the incident to be able to develop policies, protocols, and guidelines for the safety of our student athletes. Ayaw na po nating maulit po ito. I also filed Senate Bill 2261 or the proposed Student Athlete Safety and Welfare Act requiring the PSC to craft National Student Athlete Safety Code. At siguro lahat ng ahensya na rin po, including CHED at DepEd. Kasi itong si Rene Baterbonia ay naglaro po sa Dabra. Naging MVP po ito noong 2025. Pride po ito ng Davao, pride rin po ito ng Caraga Region sa Agusan. Kaugnay rin po nito, kinikilala natin ang inisyatibo ng PSC sa agarang pagsasagawa ng pagpupulong hinggil sa insidenteng ito. Mahalaga para sa akin ang kaligtasan sa lahat ng training ng ating mga atleta at kabataang sports enthusiasts. Ano man ang kalalabasan ng investigasyon, hangad natin ang magresulta nito ang mahahalagang aral upang maiwasan ang pag-uulit ng ganitong trahedya. Kung kinakailangan ng batas o pulisiya para maiwasan ito, handa rin tayong tugunan ito sa Senado. Pero tapos na po. Indeed, a lost life is a lost life forever. Hindi na po natin maibabalik po ito. Sa huli, muli ko pong ipinapaabot ang aking taus-pusong pakikiramay sa mga pamilya ng mga biktima, lalo na sa pamilya ni Rene Clerk Bobet Baterbonia bilang kapwa ko Mindanaoan. Nakausap ko rin po mismo ang kanilang pamilya na si Ma'am Rovelyn at nagpaabot rin po tayo ng konting tulong. Naway bigyan sila ng Panginoon ng lakas at ginhawa sa gitna ng matinding dalamhati. Thank you po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, and also the privileged speech of the good gentleman be also referred to the committee of Senator Bam Aquino, which is the Basic Education and Committee on Justice. Mr.
Sorry, Ferd.
Mr. President, also I'd like to take this opportunity to elect 2 more members to as chairpersons of the committees. We have with us our dear friend Senator Camille Villar would be moved to elect her as chairperson of the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
And for the chairperson of the Committee on Banks and Financial Institutions and Currencies, we move to elect Mr. President Senator Mark Villar.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, no other member of any agenda for the day. I move that the first, and I will repeat my motion that I made earlier, which was Naudyot ng konti, Mr. President. Akala ko may good news, pero to follow yung good news when we get back. Mr. President, I move that the first session of Congress and the first special session of the 20th Congress, the part of the Senate, be adjourned sine die.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The first session in the first special session of the 20th Congress on the part of the Senate is hereby adjourned sine die.
Maraming salamat. Mabuhay po ang Senado.